Wait. Wait a minute. Thinking emoji. Well, it's a good thing I still have my starting shortly on. Because I knew it was going to be a little slow. I should figure out the music. Yeah. I should figure out the music settings. Audio. I'm just gonna turn this off. Streamer mode does that anyways. Ooh, that's loud. I think I also put it low on the music end of things because of that reason. I think that's fine, right? We'll try it. We'll try it there. Yeah. We'll just talk about music. Yeah, I'm totally with it, guys. Don't worry. I'm totally with it. Don't you guys worry. I'm totally aware of what I'm doing. We're gonna go to... Wait. I want to make sure the music... That beep, that noise. You know what? Actually, I don't need... You guys don't need game audio right now, actually. Yeah, what you guys need is some Boundary by Keatro. I gotta put there. Why are you doing that? Hold up. It's polarized, but what? Hold up, where's... Here's your request. Get all freaking word. There we go. Fix this. Yeah, just put this bad boy right there. Yeah. This is there we go. No wait, you need to see that part. Crap. Hold up. I'm silly. But this thing doesn't need to be this big. What am I doing? I don't need a video. Hide video, dummy. My god, what am I... I swear I've streamed before. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know how, but I have no idea what I'm doing. It's... Yeah, media request needs to be quieter. A little bit louder. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I think that's good right there. You guys will have to let me know. This is also how I would potentially set up for, what's that called? Friggin' forget. My brain's just done, man. I've been having some weeks, man. Alright, so I wanted to talk about multiverses. I wanted to kind of give myself time for it. I'm trying to figure out... that delay seems a bit long, so... Let me know if there's even a point for me to have that camera set up, I guess. That's what I've streamed before. Okay, so I wanted to talk about multiverses a bit, and it's easier to do it over Twitch, just because of like GUI scripts. I've tried to set them up before. It's easier to... There's a lot of things I want to talk about, and I don't think a script is going to work. I've never been good with scripts. If anything, just kind of talking about this and give myself a formula to talk about it works better. It's also why I tend to like... It's also why I think I tend to like Twitch content highlighted on YouTube, because it feels like there's a more organic thing there. At least when you have... Especially when you get people in chat. I don't think most people who are going to come in here are going to be super worried about multiverses, but it's just an easy way for me to do it, and it gives me the opportunity to do it a bit more. So as a little bit of background for myself. Wait a minute. My coffee. That background's gotta wait a second. I gotta do my intro for YouTube too. Yeah, because it's probably better there than on Twitch. Well. Wait a minute, I know how to fix this problem if there's a delay with the camera. Because I'm smart. Alright, I've done this before. 3, 2, 1. Hi, YouTube. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna do my talk now. My TED talk on multiverses. Let's make sure I have my Twitch stuff ready too. Doesn't even say it's live. Alright. This music's too metal for this. What am I doing, man? Anyways, I need to more shouting shortly. So let's first start off with my background. First Smash Bros. Game I played was Mario 64. No, Smash Bros. 64. First platform fighter in general. I don't know if I said Smash Bros. First platform fighter was Smash Bros. Also, there's another thing here too that I just don't even worry about this guy DJ. Okay. Forgot to put the tips in there. I just want to make sure our chats are working. No, anyways, go buy me some hats, guys, and then I'll tell you more about this. That wasn't how the joke was supposed to go with that. Anyways, played Smash Bros. 64, and that was my first one. I really enjoyed trying to like what's the word? Test things, I guess. Like lab out different things, like the damage of attacks, the knockback of attacks, stuff like that. How difficult it is to launch characters. I found out Donkey Kong could take like 5 bombs. The light characters could only take 3, so that was one way of testing it. And then I would test the damage, both at max and while scaling. What's other stuff with that? I enjoyed Melee, I enjoyed Brawl as well. Ultimate, less so for various reasons. Played Brawlhalla, enjoyed that. A little bit too on the competitive side for me. Or, I shouldn't even say that. It's probably more just I got a little burnt out with it and other various stuff, and it's just hard to really want to go back to it right now, so. Because I did play it a lot in 2015. But yeah, I played Smash Ultimate. Played Nick All-Star 1, which was... It was like how Smash Ultimate has a good balance of like hit stun and hit leg. I feel like that's one thing Smash Ultimate does a pretty good job of. Nick All-Star Brawl felt like it was lacking a lot of hit pause. Like everything was just very flaily. You just mashing aerial maneuvers at your opponents, and that probably appealed more to a competitive scene where you can really crunch frames. But it wasn't very fun for me as someone who is mostly a casual. I do like improving at games, but I stop right about the point where I start getting really good. I just get good at them when I stop. So, what was I doing with this? Oh yeah, but then Nick All-Star 2 came out. So I was a little jaded by that because they're selling another game already, and it's like, oh, okay, that's fair. Also, I was jaded by Smash Bros. Ultimate, and I spent $120 on that game. Yeah. So when Multiverses first came out in the beta, there was a whole lot of different ways it was going with a lot of the talks in the game. Both casual, what people want, balancing, combos, whatever else. Also, zoning characters were hated so much. Yeah. But yeah, I played it. I tried to hop on the beta as quick as I could by watching people at first and then trying it out myself, and had a lot of fun with it. And then past year hasn't been great for so many various reasons. Like even just recently I started having heart issues, so I'm still avoiding the ranked. For various reasons I haven't gotten ranked, but yeah, but I feel like I should blame Tony for that, though. I think it's Tony's fault. Like, Tony didn't fix the netcode. Tony then closed down the beta and stole everyone's money. Especially according to Hungrybox's thumbnail, that's definitely what happened. And then Both are my pets died actually the past year. I didn't announce that in a whole lot of places, especially the dog one because I was sorry. But that's definitely Tony's fault. I think we can all agree. Like, thankfully, when Tony came back, he fixed everything. So, Tony 2024. Am I right, guys? Ugh. All right, but enough of the memes. So yeah, I really enjoy this game. I'm glad it came back. It's just something cathartic to play at times, improving at the game and that. And I think I'm gonna talk about it more specifically with. I just realized the saw going on here. This I will definitely have to be careful about this in edit. I don't know what's gonna happen with this VOD, man. Good thing I got a local copy. Yeah, I'm gonna go over the game, particularly through each of these pages, kind of talk about things that I like and dislike about the game, and kind of use each of them as like a what's a word? A note on how I should approach it. First, you have this screen, and as a casual player, I like the 2v2 format. It's reminiscent of free-for-alls. Reminiscent of free-for-alls like in Brawl Melee I do with my brothers. Although I was never a huge fan of items. So I like the free-for-alls they have in this game. They're not like, I like 2v2 more, and I find rifts more enjoyable most of the time than free-for-all. But I still do enjoy free-for-all. 1v1 is actually probably my least favorite mode, and I know that's like in contrast with what a lot of like, well, not just professional players, but even just like content creators, because I've been trying to find people that have 2v2 content, which I should probably just ask the Discord more. I've been avoiding that. So a lot of the stuff I'm gonna say is hot takes. So I try to read it once in a while just to keep up on stuff. But yeah, I need to get on it more. I haven't been as active reading it as I was in the beta, so I'm not sure the general consensus on a lot of things, but I do at least try to read it, so I understand like why they made certain changes and that. So, oh, that coffee hot. Oh, it's too hot. That oh, my mouth. Coffee too hot. Burn my mouth. All right. Where am I, man? Where am I? My brain is... I'm just so tired lately, man. Okay. So yeah, 1v1 is one of my least favorite formats. I still like it, but especially with Season 2 and Jack and trying to deal with his spacing, it felt horrible. It's probably just more like noob killer spacing, because once I started figuring out the spacing more, it was a lot better, but it took so long to get past Jack's spacing. That's another reason I was a bit slow on that, because it's like, man, I just don't got in. I don't got in me a lot for the 1v1s. The 2v2s I could do more, even ranked. I would much rather do with a random person and kind of get pounded on than have like just a grueling match in a 1v1. So that's where I'm with that. Yeah, I gotta test this again. There's so much delay. You guys might as well not even have this camera. That's what I get for. Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. So yeah, but that's what I like for modes. Something I will say, and this game has a lot of problems with like the free-to-play aspect of it, or that just stem from the free-to-play aspect of it, which kind of makes sense because it's easier to have something have continuous profit. The whole free-to-play aspect is just hard for me to figure out what's going on with this track. The free-to-play aspect, it was hard for me to wrap my head around a little bit, and say whether they should or shouldn't charge whatever for any of this stuff, just because economically speaking in the United States, we are kind of in a minced up spot. I don't know what's like in other places, but it's in a pretty minced up spot. I mean, post-pandemic and post man who tariffs and screams about cats and dogs being eaten. So, you know, we've got a lot of things messed up right now. And I think my main thing I would say to that is, like, to help with these issues, we probably need to address the wage gap. It's like, there's no other way I can really approach the free-for-all the free-to-play stuff, and I feel like I have any idea of like what they should or shouldn't charge in this, unless we also have possible revenue, profit, and wage statistics informed to us as, you know, players. So anyways, there's only so much I'm good about, and I don't want to get too much on that anyways. But one thing I will say though, as far as a game mode I think would be nice, because recently at first you couldn't play like all the characters in training or in local, which felt kind of rough, especially if you're like not sure you want to pick up a character. But then they did allow in local games that you can play every character, and to me that's a really good thing for so many different reasons. I would also like more things added to this, like mutations from what's that called, the rifts there, because that would be kind of fun, doing like volleyball or doing, you know, other stuff like that, because rifts have some pretty fun stuff there. Sometimes it'd be nice too to have a different way of practicing different skill sets. I'll get to that more later too, but that would be a nice thing for local. Also, as maybe a way to kind of help balance the fact that this is an always online game, something that I think I would like to see is if you could pay $20, $40 to have a local only version of the game so you can play it without internet. Because I feel like at some point this game will stop getting maintained. Not sure when that's going to be, not sure how long I should expect that in the future, but it would really be nice if they still had a local version of this game that you could still play. I think that would kind of like, I guess, what they do with the beta too, but yeah, just having a local version so people can still, you know, enjoy the game after it's no longer released. I almost don't want to say don't charge for it, but if you charge for it, you know, you can unlock all the characters if you buy that package, right? So I think, because that is something to me that is more important for the longevity of the game, is once the creators are done with it, because who knows what more Brother wants with it, but like that's my biggest concern with, especially with the free-to-play aspect, etc., so on and so forth. So I would like to have a local version of this, you know, just especially because there's so many people who worked on this game. You got voice actors, you got artists, like let people enjoy that still at some point. You know, it'd be nice to not be tethered to the Internet of Things. So alright, but yeah, that's kind of my general take on a lot of this stuff. I don't think there's much more to say here. We got missions here too. I'll get to that more over there though, because next we're gonna get to settings. We're gonna go to settings, everyone's favorite. I do like the settings they have here. I also don't know how much is a thing, but when I also did try FrameMakers. It's early access. One of the issues I had with FrameMakers in particular was that it didn't work well with like any of my controllers. Like I couldn't run properly, or I couldn't just walk properly, and it wasn't even like consistent with like left or right. Like it was like sometimes I would walk more left and I would run more right. Like just the controls of that were like not working great with my controllers. I don't know why. I couldn't figure it out, and I probably should have talked to them about it before, you know, just shooing it away. But I was like, I'm not super into the style of this game right now, so it's not bad. But like as a filthy casual, like a lot of these games that focus largely run like combo oriented stuff, which I will say this too, I know like a lot of people talked about, you know, hold up, well, let's talk about the controls here. Let's just talk about the controls here. I do like how you can set different controls here. I like trying to set neutral dodge. I can set, and this is dodge too. What else can I say about this? I like the fact that you can adjust your right stick to be able to do certain attacks. I always hit this taunt when my thumb slips. Sometimes there's other ones, but most of the time it's the up taunt when my thumb slips off the joystick. It's facing a... I mentioned this story a couple times, I'm pretty sure, but I saw my Twitter at least, I'm pretty sure. I was facing a Jason in ranked, and I was kind of just getting pummeled as Finn. But then I got him down to last stock on the second fight, and before I was about to go, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get my BMO chop, and my thumb slipped, and I hit this button, so I'm just Finn there. So like, I'm doing that, and then I'm like, oh frick, and I panic, and I'm like, why did that happen? Obviously it's because I was using the joystick when I should have been using the directional pad. So I hit down again to do down special. I do it again. I'm like, what am I doing? And then I get rung out immediately. I don't even know if I had enough for BMO, but that was what I was trying to do. I was going to my shop. I wish I was recording that, man. That reaction was probably great. It's just... anyways, yeah, it's stuff like that that I like in this game. You know, the dumb stuff. Probably doesn't make anyone feel better at the moment. I also like these here. I keep having trouble trying to make sure I do up specials if I'm using the left joystick, because you have to hold, like... it seems like it does prioritize holding up more than like any diagonal, and I very easily can get like a left or right input with my up or down special, so I'll just always be doing side special. I don't know how I keep doing it. I hate it so much. So many, I hate it. Excuse me. I don't even know what to do about that necessarily. I've tried different settings. So there's something to be said too about just making sure controls work. Like there is a lot of nuance to that apparently, like even Frame Makers is an example of that. So that's part of the reason I want to talk about controller stuff a bit more here too. Yeah. If I play keyboard and mouse, I probably won't have the problems, but I ain't about that life. Let me just responded dragging here. Just talking about some grocery stuff, so respond to her on that. I like this interface. I like pink, so that's why I make my guy pink. I just close to red, and then I make my partner blue, and then I make them more orange because I feel like orange stands out more from pink and blue overall than just red. Yeah. And I like the outlines. That's actually an issue I had with Smash Ultimate, is that the game, it has a lot of graphical intensity, a lot of clouds, animations and stuff, and I know before I felt like I could kind of feel the delay in some things in Smash Bros, which I definitely did on mine. But I also realized that I think what I was feeling at times wasn't necessarily lag, it was just sensory overload from the amount of particles that are happening. It's hard to, especially on like stages like, there's like those Mario Kart stages that just so much stuff moving in the background, and you go online and you're like, I'm gonna pick a Final Destination stage. Well, some of those stages are just gonna have crap just whizzing by the entire time in the background. It's like, oh, okay, thanks, I hate it. So there's a lack of outline to it. I could go on very long about a lot of the gripes I have with Smash Ultimate, man. That game was so not finished. It's like every Smash Bros. Anyways, but yeah, that's a big gripe I have with Smash. I mean, just Smash Bros in general. It just wasn't really ever finished. It was pushed way too hard, way too fast, like every time. That's why Melee is actually probably one of the most competitive games best competitive games out there, even if we called it casual at first. Which is also with multiverses, like, oh, they're catering to a casual crowd. I would argue more it's a different crowd. So, and I'll kind of get more into that too when I get to the fighters and stuff. But, I mean, I guess I should be saying that now, right? Like, it's actually, I don't necessarily think it's just a casual versus competitive thing. Yeah, it is just, I feel like it's different. I mean, there's layers there. There's layers there. Like, the fact that I'm still get bodied by Shaggy's side special, even though most of the time I know I shouldn't. Like, I just got the spacing wrong or whatever else. Sometimes it's harder because it's such a stupid lingering hitbox. But there are definitely things about, this game that I feel like you just don't see in most fighting games. Are like 1v1 style, like they're oriented around that. Multiverses is focused on 2v2, and while a lot of people want to look at this game as being, you know, exclusively a casual game, I would argue, if anything, one of the things that Multiverses is struggling with is being a very different type of game. It's kind of like, instead of CSGO, you have a game like Team Fortress 2, you know, more team-oriented with characters that are far more dynamic and a lot of crazy things that happen. I wonder how many people saw Team Fortress 2 and they're like, that's a casual game. And then they see Overwatch with all the ultimates and they're like, that's a casual game. And I think there's not really that much difference between casual or competitive once you get down to it. Like, anything's competitive if you try hard enough, and anything's... Well, I was gonna say anything's casual enough if you try hard enough, but freaking Dark Souls, man, that game sucks. But yeah, anything's competitive enough if you try hard enough. Okay, that's also, I think that's an exaggeration too. The point still stands. Like, there's a lot of things people would say about a multiversus, about a Smash Bros. Like, oh, it's for casuals, but that's not necessarily what's going on. So, okay, yeah, and also I like the outlines too. Anyways, let's talk about the freaking graphics. Forgot that I probably should have said that out too about how I felt about the competitive casual stuff. Hey, Eddie J, put this at the beginning or something. I don't know, man. Freaking do whatever you want, Eddie J. I don't care. You know, just put a freaking clown nose here the whole time. That sounds like a lot of work. Hope high up got time, just my dudes. Alright, spread out a few things, groceries. I was about to say too. Oh yeah, but that's one of the things I like about actually having the outlines, that it makes characters stand out a lot more, especially in like a 2v2 environment when there's this crap flying around everywhere. Which is kind of what I like about it. Like, that's why there's just so much stuff on screen you have to weasel your way through like a free-for-all, you know? But it's more consistent than like, you know, just put a bunch of items on. Why am I getting this controller? I don't need this. So yeah, that's what I like about this interface too, and the interface options, and that I really do enjoy that. I will say this is going to start to be an area where I don't know what's going on with some of the stuff. The streamer mode just like turns off music most of the time, and then you're like, hey, I confirm changes, music turns off, but then it'll turn back on sometime a little later. It's like, oh, so is this actually stopping the music from playing, or is this like, I know people crapped on the music here. I thought the music was fine. I thought it actually was kind of interesting, even for like the way it ramps up at certain points. It's not like anything spectacular. It's not like, oh, this is the Megalovania might be overhyped anyways. But point is, I didn't think it was that bad. Like, people kind of crapped on the tracks a lot, and I was like, yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it is very loony, cartoonish, which is like the only style you can really fit in here properly. You have Bugs Bunny hitting Superman with a baseball bat while Gizmo rides on his shoulders. Like there's no way they could try to make this get too serious. So maybe that's something to keep in mind. But I still like the music. Mature language, not on my keto-friendly channel. Got these settings too. I'm running at 165 FPS because I don't know, man. I normally turn a lot of this stuff down. I don't think I turned it down recently. I normally turn a lot of this stuff down because the game can get laggy at times, but I feel like having it turned too low sometimes causes weird hitches. So I don't know, man. Probably other stuff going on. Yeah, I don't know about this stuff right here, so I'm not gonna worry about that too much. But yeah, that's the stuff I like about the settings. Now, as a filthy casual, I'm probably not the man who should be talking about this, but I totally will. and I'm gonna try to guess where I think they are in the 2v2s. I haven't even heard a lot of people talk about 2v2s, which I guess is part of the whole content creator stuff. And I haven't even read the Discord, so this is gonna be pretty much a blind, filthy, casual thing. There we go. I have a hard time getting my stuff going. So, I'm gonna do it based on... Wait. How do I have my game? I need my game. I need game. Game, guys, game. Don't you understand? Game. I'm gonna do windowed. Let's do windowed. There. Alright. So I can just put this onto my second monitor, which is gonna cover up me quite a bit, but yeah, actually make this guy smaller. Make him so small. Nice. He's so tiny. He's such a tiny boy. It does not need to be big, he's tiny. Oh, my mic, sorry about that. Alright. This looks really weird being this small. It's jarring. Like, yeah, frozen fruit. We do need frozen fruit. I have to add my frozen fruit and run out like a fresh fruit. Alright, so I'm gonna base this. I'm gonna do the tier going from my least played characters to my most played. But I can't read squat right now. Hold on. This should be pretty easy. Okay. Okay, so apparently we'll start with characters I have at level 5 or lower. Let's start with Batman. Where do I feel like Batman is in 2s? I'm gonna say bottom of S. He's pretty durable. Not super durable, more durable than he was in the previous. Before he was like one of the lightest characters in the beta. Now he's kind of like between low to mid. He's like low mid. I did some testing with some of this stuff already, so I don't know what if people have if these stats are made available publicly. I haven't been able to find them necessarily myself. So I've been testing with it. So that's one thing I know is that Batman is kind of more on the low mid side of weight, which kind of fits, especially when you power scale him to deal with cartoonish characters. Yeah, I think that kind of fits. So he's not like super durable, but he's also fast. He's got so many starters for combos. It's ridiculous. I don't necessarily like his design right now. Like, I didn't like him super in the beta because he would just make you explode so easily. You could just fish for up special, especially the up special in the air, because that thing is huge, or was huge. It's still kind of huge in this game, but they sized it down, and when they did a lot of that 2D and 3D working on the game, it did actually feel like things were flowing a lot better. So by the end of the beta, it did feel like it was in like a really good spot as far as like less ghost hits, the game was still very squirrely. Like, looking back on it, the way the characters move, so squirrely. It's why I liked the beta back then, but they would just dash jump out of everything. I like the full release now quite a bit more, although there are certain things about it that are not as good as the previous game, but I do like how Batman was, like, when they did those reworks, it didn't feel like he was super oppressive. Like, he still kind of feels like Batman, where like you could hit him so hard and he goes flying back so far, and then he comes gliding back in, hits you with a combo, and suddenly you die. So he did feel very Batman. Like, they definitely had the essence of Batman in there. I don't like what they did with his, because in the beta, from the beta to the release, they changed his down attack with like a trip instead of a slide when they added the dash, and then his dash attack got the slide, and it was like followed by a powerful kick. Okay, that's my Reagan. And that dash is pretty powerful. The down attack breaks armor. So yeah, with the changes with the new things they did with Batman, is they wanted to kind of do some of this combo routes. I don't know if they've even done anything with this combo routes. It doesn't even seem like, it felt like he already kind of had more than a lot of the characters, and then he didn't really. His battering is just really good. Side special is really good. So I mean, side switch is not necessarily really good. It's pretty good. It could be a good mix-up, I guess, yeah. So here he had a lot more ways to approach, at least in 1v1s. 2v2s he might struggle more, I feel like. Because he doesn't have, like, good anti-projectile. He doesn't have super great anti-armor, except now his dash attack does, which I don't like because of some of the... There's a perk that already does that, so it's like, oh, okay, so he doesn't even need that perk. When perks are already... Wish they had more value, but more on that a little later. Now his down attack does a slide that he can transition into a armor break move, which is confusing because, well, if you're already hitting the move with armor, that armor's gonna be broken unless you miss. But then if you don't get whiff punish for that, like in what world is an armor break sweep? Like I feel like that's something gonna happen like once in a blue moon, and and now he can also just still follow up with that powerful kick that just kills so early. So he kind of just gave him more tools for some reason, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but he feels pretty strong in 1v1s. It's like less noticeable in 2v2s, I would say, though. It's a slide thing. Although, no, I remember I was playing Tom and Jerry, and one thing I started doing was his dash attack because he would low profile things. And instead of... So yeah, and I was fighting a Batman. Yeah, so... Yeah, I could still see it being a useful tool for some situations like hey, I'm a filthy casual. I barely have any idea what's going on here. But I'm going to say he's low S. You know, he's got a lot of good tools otherwise. I didn't like necessarily some of the jades that we do with him recently, but overall I think he's fine. He has battering he can throw with a bad bomb on it, and that's like a hard thing to ignore a lot of times, especially with just battering. It can come up pretty frequently. Good powerful moves, ability to weaken, good ability to juggle, has a nice dive kick for landing and stuff like that. Has different ways he can try to recover, so yeah, it feels pretty good. Just doesn't have like super strong anti-projectile, I think would be the main thing. Okay, we'll respond to Greg one more time. So yeah, that's where I feel like Batman would be. I haven't played him a whole lot yet, but I feel like bottom of S makes sense. Ooh, now we do Black Adam. Come here, Black Adam. He feels pretty good too. They have nerfed him a lot, and I think they nerfed his weight a bit. Well, they haven't nerfed him a lot. They had to nerf him quite a bit. I feel like he, especially with things like clap and how hit stun works, which hit pause is a little obnoxious in this game at times. Particularly because you can catch people. If you catch one person with attack, it lingers there a lot longer, and then you can just run in. Your teammate can run into it. So I feel like that's a bit extreme. Like the hit pause is a bit too much, where you're just getting blasted back. And Black Adam had like one of the... Oh, hi Pixel, I didn't even notice that first. I thought it was something else. How you doing? Yeah, I'm just rambling about multiverses and everything I like and don't like about it. But yeah, hit pause in this game is pretty... It's a little obnoxious at times. Like, it was decent in the beta. I don't know if they needed to amp it up quite as much as they did. I do like that they did scale the characters bigger and kind of tone down their squirreliness a little bit, because otherwise I feel like one of the biggest reasons projectile characters were a problem is because the game was so squirrely and so fast, everyone's just running into projectiles because nobody can tell what's happening. So that's why I also say this game isn't necessarily, you know, for casuals, for competitive, not for casuals, not for competitive. I feel like it's just very different. Like we haven't had a platform fighter, we haven't had fighting games of this nature in general. Like I think some of the closest ones are like Marvel vs. Capcom, which is just a bunch of stuff flying around with your assist, and you have different variants that you could even use of each of those assists. So it's like it's a whole mechanic in the game. And like I said before, you know, it's like CSGO. It's like the comparison between CSGO and Team Fortress 2, or in the case of multiverses, it's almost like I guess it would be like it's Street Fighter compared to Marvel vs. Capcom. It's Halo to... It's like Halo to Overwatch 2 or something like that, because Overwatch 2 is a team-focused game, and so is multiverse, and that's the thing they're trying to go for, and that's probably why I really like it, because it's not just another fighter game. It's not just like I've boxed in area with two people just hitting at each other. It's not completely combo oriented where like, hey, if I hit this move I might be able to, you know, finish half of the match here. It's more about interactions, it's more about whiff punish, spacing, zoning. Combos are still in there, but they don't want to be the crown jewel there. So, but anyways, going back to hit pause. God, I am not on point ever. I'm trying to stay on point. This is gonna. Sorry, Tony, I failed you. Sorry, Eddie DGA, you're gonna have to deal with this too. But yeah, Black Adam, he, as I was saying about the clap, where it lingers out really bad with the hip pause and stuff. And I went off on a tangent. Okay, he hits with the hip pause coming out, and you can just run into the 2 players too, and it feels rough at times. I need to get gum or something. He also has like some pretty good projectiles. They say he's a bruiser, which he still fits as a bruiser. I still say he's mostly bruiser, but he has a lot of mage in him. And when he was heavier too, I would have said a lot of tank in him because he has bubble to block people out. He has armor on quite a few attacks. Like I felt like tank was a better one too, especially when you consider Steven as a tank too. So they did reduce his weight, so there's that. But I would say he's anywhere between tank, bruiser, or mage. He's like some combination of 3, but I think bruiser still fits him fine. Same for Batman. Batman, you could argue, is an assassin, which I would say, yeah, I feel like that kind of makes a little more sense, but bruiser also makes sense for him too. He's just always slugging. Although I guess assassins are considered more of the rushdown combo kit, fast and yeah, so maybe Batman should be an assassin. It's hard to tell what these guys need sometimes with these. There's a reason I kept saying they really need to start with Morty at least, because holy cow, that dude was not a mage. But yeah, Black Adam, he seems like he's got a lot of different tools, bubble the wall up, projectiles, a little mid-air dash with a projectile that follows him, which can be really good just to change up whatever you're doing. Like you do that and they're either away from them or towards them or something, and it's a good mix-up. Up special lets him fly around freely, which is a good recovery move, probably part of the reason they wanted to reduce his weight. He has some really strong attacks, like his neutral on the ground, which can linger, so if you catch one guy, you might catch 2. Sometimes it feels a little bit too easy to hit that one, but I would say he's probably like mid to high end of S, if I were to take a guess for Black Adam. For 2v2, obviously I should make sure this is 2v2s, alright? This is for the filthy nobody competitive can watch this at all. It's not allowed. Where are we at now? Let's get to Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny is freaking crazy. So he can slug with you. He has Nair that just spins and juggles people, can juggle multiple people. He has Rocket, like one of the best projectiles in the game. He's got Safe, one of the best projectiles in the game. His up air is like stronger than like Harley's up special, which is a little insulting to Harley, I think, more than anything else. It's like, it's so powerful. It has a little bit of wind up, but it covers so much area, it kind of doesn't matter. His jab is really good. His neutral on the ground with that big mallet covers so much area. They've fixed it quite a bit with a lot of hitboxes. Like, they've been trying to stop moves hitting directly behind people. I know there's like, I saw a meme on Twitter where somebody was like, Multiverses, how did this not work? And the guy is standing with Harley's back to Superman, and they kind of swing in front of them. And like, I've kind of heard like people, this feels like it's a weird area to be in, because logically speaking, oh yeah, I guess if my back is directly to them, it's not going to hit. And sure, the bat was like kind of lingering out here, so I guess they did nerf it before, where like the bat's lingering out behind her and it would just catch people. But realistically speaking, that's not really going to be a hitbox. So a lot of the changes they have made with the hitboxes, I would say, realistically makes sense. And I've even heard arguments of the other way about that. I would not necessarily agree with that. I also don't know too if that is focused more on the 1v1, where you just want to constantly be kind of rolling people. You want to be getting your combos and stuff. The more competitive end of things, which I guess it's why I say I don't even know what like the main differences between casual and competitive. I think people just call things one thing or the other depending on how they feel they are, and I feel like if we were to ask a lot of people, they'd probably have the same answers for both. A good chunk of them would just start having the same answers for both, depending on what you ask them. So it's a whole test we could do. Like I guess it's a tier list too, you know. It's just like, this guy's only good for casuals. Anyways. But yeah, Bugs I think goes there. He has some really good moves. I guess some of his downsides might be he's a little bit lighter, but not really. Like, he can catch you off guard so well. He has... Yeah, he has a lot of good things. Like, heavy projectiles are a little... I would like a little more clarity with projectiles in this game. Like, heavy projectiles in this game are pretty overpowered, but there's not a good distinction of what those are, and the training mode of this game isn't great, which is something I guess I should have mentioned before. Yeah, the training mode of this game isn't great, so... They're improving it a little bit, but yeah, it's not very intuitive. It's not easy to navigate or anything like that. It's hard to like just set up things quickly. So yeah, that'd be one reason too for clarity. But yeah, his projectiles are really good, and you don't know that unless sometimes you try to like do certain things with them, but you don't know it blocks a projectile, but that's a heavy projectile, so you're just gonna die now. Because if you pick wrong on a rocket, you know, yeah, it's hard to really find much bad in bugs. He has options that some characters... He has more options than most characters in the game. I think just mostly sometimes he has a little light, I guess. I think he is lighter than... He's lighter than... See, these two might be about the same weight now, which is confusing. Anyways, let's go to Finn. Finn in 2s. I feel like he's pretty solid. I feel like in 2s he's pretty solid. I don't know if I put him above Batman. It's another character wait, I've got a few more levels on him. I'm not gonna rate him yet, you know what? Iron Giant in 2s. I feel like he is good, but I feel like he's hard to play. Like, I made this joke before, but playing Iron Giant is like playing Smash Online, but you're the only person with input delay. Like, he has so much wind up on a lot of his moves, it makes it difficult to squeeze things in. I would say Iron Giant is probably my least favorite kit in the game, just because of Rage. Because yeah, he's like hard to use already, and oftentimes it can just feel like juggle food. Even just fighting him is just juggle food. I feel like he's actually probably worse in 2v2s because of that. But also Rage is just a mechanic that he has the hitbox of a mountain. Yeah, both ways too. And then the biggest issue there too with me and Iron Giant is he has Rage mode, so he's like already a polarizing character. He has burst like with the bolts that is like a super duper armor. So he has multiple hits of super armor that don't react to armor break, so it's like, okay, that's pretty busted. And then he has Rage mode with just a bunch of more projectiles and stuff like that. And it just, the dynamic of trying to learn Iron Giant and then Iron Giant with Rage are like two vastly different things. And even just, that's for like both the player and the opponent, so I just don't like that as a whole. If anything, when I was talking about like the mutations you could do in local play, one mutation I think that would be fun is to give characters just busted modes. Like if, like they don't want to nerf a character into the dirt necessarily. They want to have like some of their whatchamacallit. They still want to have their soul, I guess. You know, they want to have the things that make them unique, the things that really stand out, so that you can start adding crazy things like a bug safe that just doesn't break. From the beta 2v2, where the opponents are always bots. Yeah, the random bots thing is weird in 2v2. That's actually something I didn't mention earlier. Thanks for reminding that. And not like Rift mode 2v2. Yeah. No, that's actually a good point, because sometimes we'll play online. If we're like having a bad day, like we'll lose a match, we'll get bots like for the next match. And we didn't notice it at first. Like, why are these guys playing so weird? Why do they auto accept a rematch? It's like, oh, they're bots. Oh, that's not helpful. So we would go lose to a team, get matched into the bots, not warm up because they're so bad, then get into a match with people, lose, get in a match with bots, and don't warm up because they're bad. It was like that back and forth, and I started getting so salty because it was like Dak every time too in between that, and I'm playing Stripe. So when I finally had another match as Stripe, it's like, that's it, I'm sweating through this. We're getting through this stupid mode. So I just started mashing on with Stripe. So yeah, that is a thing about, yeah, I missed the 2v2 with bots too. And it's weird to put them in randomly. I kind of get it, but I also kind of hate it. I feel like there's better ways to do that, man. Okay, but yeah, Iron Giant is hitbox, huge mountain kind of stuff. Not really a fan of going against other people, to be honest. Same. It took me a long time to get used to that. Even now, I still have moments, but it took me a while to get used to that. But I want to play a platform fighter again. Free for alls, and this is great. Yeah, I mean, it's like a combination of that, I guess. I do like to feel like I'm playing against people, but sometimes I also want to play with people, so the 2v2 nature of this game helps with that a lot. That's probably why I like the 2v2 nature more. I'm working with someone, not just against someone, so... Like, I like to find the teamwork in the game, which is another reason Ultimate kind of sucked, because the moment you got more than... Ultimate couldn't handle 1v1 on Final Destination, let alone 2v2, and then also adding items, and the ability to have those options in Ultimates was one of the worst. It is criminal that online exists. I've said that before, but my god, that online is... People want to talk about multiverses, netcode, and then I read like a review on Steam that they were saying like, yeah, it's pretty fun and stuff for what it is, but if you have Smash Ultimate, play that instead. I'm like, well, if you want to play 2v2 or online or a billion other, like if you want a one player experience, if you want anything besides just a party game, the best part about that Smash Ultimate has on this game is the party mode aspect. That's why the mutations for like a local game would be really cool, and the mutation of like having characters that are just busted, like Rage Iron Giant. You could have Batman, but he has bigger up specials or something. You just really tweak characters to be their most outrageous self. Like Black Adam is heavy again, Bugs Bunny safe never dies, and stuff like that, you know? I feel like that would be a way to do it, like have the most expressive form of the character, then have the more reserved form of the character, so you can separate those two. That does sound like a lot, but they kind of do with Rifts anyways, so like the Megalodog, like just make Rain Dog Megalodog for that mode, you know? Someone gets to play Stripe with the eggs that keep popping out, you know? Stuff like that, so... be a way to kind of do both, to really make sure you can play this character when he's able to BMO chop, and Finn's a crazy guy. But yeah, that's where I put Iron Giant there. He's one of my least favorite kits. I feel like he gets juggled a lot, but he has like a lot of powerful moves too, and I think if you have a good amount of patience in that, he can be really good, but in 2v2s he feels like he gets juggled too much. And that just makes him hard. So that's the main reason he's like top of A, I would say, because I feel like if you could use him right, he's really good. But he's just hard. He's a hard character is I think the biggest thing. And again, that's also why I say, like, don't make the rage too oppressive, because I don't want the tide turn to be rage. I don't want it to be like a comeback mechanic. One of my least favorite things about Little Mac is I feel like his expression wasn't that great. Like having a bunch of moves that are super armor on Little Mac didn't really feel great anyways, because it's not really his character. He's not just punching people while getting punched at the same time. If you try to do that, you're getting downed and super punch out. So that's a weird choice for that too. But also, like, he's just kind of reliant on that, on just mashing so much. And then he also has KO punch. So it's like, yeah. I mean, he's not necessarily reliant on that. Online, he's reliant on that. He is definitely reliant on that online. So that's the thing. Like, I don't like comeback mechanics. I didn't like Cloud's. I didn't like Jack's focus pre-patch. Like on his release, we'll get to that. Jake the dog. I feel like he can be good for 2s, but I might put him low A. I feel like he has some decent. I kind of want to see him more like prepped up like a tank, like buffed up like a tank. Because I feel like he's got like some stuff like that, like how he gives armor to his character when he eats them, and he's got a house, and like I feel like they built Jake for more like support tank character. I think he would be a lot more fun for me. Sorry, I'm very thirsty today, guys. I think it would be a lot more fun for me if he was a support tank style character. As it is, he's pretty good. It's not like anything super crazy though. Like a lot of his attacks are super long, which works a lot better in 2v2s, I would say, but he still his limbs aren't a disjoint, so you can like hit that fist and he'll take damage, which makes sense. But it can be like tough for him at times to contend with people. But he has a lot, but that range is still good. Like you can slide under an axe and catch someone off guard at times, or the splits, which I think is a pretty. I don't see enough people do that online. I feel like Jake's splits are pretty good. Plus, he has decent armor break moves. He has anti-projectile moves. Like I feel like in a 2v2 setup, heck, maybe he is better than Iron Giant because he doesn't get juggled the same. He doesn't necessarily have the best juggles. His move lockout. You know what? When I come back, I'm going to talk about move lockout. I'm going to get up and stretch, go potty. I'm going to drink a lot of water today, so... And I've also been sore today, so I think I'll do that quick. When I get back, I want to talk about move lockout a little bit and some of that mechanics too, because that's relevant to Jake, so... Let me be, my dudes. Alright, sorry that took me so long. I want to make sure to get myself some liquidation. Hydration. No drying? No. Okay, we got home renovations we're looking at here, guys. Alright, now I was going to talk about attack move. I guess this is the way I'm getting to a lot of these things I want to talk about the game is attack move lockout with Jake, because they give him like the aerial maneuver where he does like the nair, and then he transitions that into... He could transition into another nair or his other extension of that attack, which is just a spinning hammer thing. One of the main reasons that feels a little weird is, well, no, I guess I can see why they do it, because it's supposed to be like they could do nair to fair, nair to dare, nair to uer, yer, where, uer. So I could see why they would do that too. And repeat move lockout does feel a little weird. I don't hate it, just in the sense that I feel like if I'm going to be... I don't like move spam, that's just a thing. I don't necessarily like using it for myself even, so I want to feel encouraged to try different routes of doing things, and I don't necessarily like just mashing the same attack, like when Agent Smith they did a repeat move lockout on his up air to up air, which, you know, I kind of get it. Like, I was doing it too, and it's like, yeah, you know, I don't necessarily... I like being encouraged to try new things. That being said, though, I feel like Agent Smith he's just okay because of stuff like that too, but yeah, they did that with Jake's nair as well, so he can't like transition to a second nair. I don't know, I'm lukewarm on attack move lockout. Oh, hello, what up? Alright guys, I'm back. Dragon needed something from me before she went to her physical therapy. Alright. Let's talk about attack move lockout. Yeah, I don't necessarily hate it. It's just, it does feel a little weird, but not, it's not like super jarring for me, but it does feel a little weird with repeat move lockout on certain things. Like, I kind of get the idea of trying to get people to stop spam. Ooh, you know what? They had move stalling before, where like you would hit, if you hit with a move too much, it would just stall so much that there's like almost no knockback to kind of stop people from using the same move to bring people out. Oh, nice. So something else thinking with that might be maybe a way to do repeat move lockout instead of just stopping them from using the move. And it used to play an annoying sound. Yeah. That's why you really don't want to do it. I rang out like a Shaggy. I was like playing Morty in 2v2. I had no idea what I was doing really. But that's like this Shaggy that was there. And he just kept kind of running away. And I'm like, and he kept trying to do rage. It's like, I don't want to have to keep chasing you, but if you're gonna keep trying to rage, we're gonna keep chasing it. So like I'm just chasing him with my fire axe to stop him from doing rage. If it's like so stale, but he keeps running away and doing rage. I'm like, what are you doing, man? And then I wrung him out because he was doing rage too close to the blast zone. So you can still rig people out with it. It was just a lot. Normally not nearly as, yeah. So, dude, what are you doing? I'm gonna keep doing this if you're gonna keep trying to rage. I know your plan. You keep showing it to me. You keep telling me it every time you're doing it, basically. Anyways, I got some electrolyte and sugar in my coffee now. Right on, gotta hydrate. So yeah, if they want to do that with repeat move lockout, do the staling with the annoying noise thing. That'd be a way to do it, you know, like bam, and they don't get much knockback in it, so you're like, you get feedback as to why you don't want to do it, rather than it just doesn't work at all. So maybe that's a way to do it if you want to add it back, you know. I think actually, yeah, I think I heard Void talk about that a little bit too. It also has less stun. Yeah, remove the knockback, remove the hit stun. That'd be the, if you're gonna have a repeat move lockout, might be better just do repeat move staling or something. So who's another character that I don't have a whole lot of levels with? Yeah, I can't really see, that window is so freaking small, man. Okay, Finn, no, not that. Marvin, I played Marvin a bit in the beta. When I first played Marvin, he was difficult to get a hand of. He was like one of the hardest characters to learn. But when things started happening with him, they were just every time he seemed like he was doing something, it was clip worthy. Like he's like shenanigans incarnate. And because of that, I'm going to put him up here at least. Like he has a lot of different projectile things he can do. He's now considered a mage, but I think it makes sense. He's not really a very fast or aggressive character, so. But yeah, I feel like he's just so, he's a lot to pick up. But he has like the rockets that he can kind of guide, the button that can be used for both combos and hit stun, but also reflect projectiles. He has like the ray guns that just zap himself as well. Those are good for edge guarding at times. What was like some of the things, like I was saying, whenever he does that, it's shenanigans, and I wish I had saved some clips of that too. Like there was this one time I was doing 2v2 and I had a Taz on my team, or facing like a Harley and someone else. Harley had just got rung out, and then she like launches me to the left, and I'm like a pretty high percentage, like I'm gonna have a little bit of trouble getting back. Taz is like winding up his tornado, and I see that, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna get into position. So I jump up, aim my taser downward. Harley gets launched into my ray gun. She gets launched into my ray gun, barely hits it, and starts to fall. And it is just this like such a slow movement because it was so perfectly set up. There were like too much hit stun to survive. So it was just, it probably felt awful to be that Harley, but that's what it's like to play Marvin the Martian. Marvin the Martian. You're either getting mixed so bad, you're just getting absolutely bodied, or you're just doing shenanigans and things are accidentally going your way. So, like, I had a windscreen with a Black Adam where Scooby's Haunted Mansion. We're both standing there, and just out of random, you know, I just hit my button, you know, because I had it ready. And the rocket that was in the air turns around, goes flying into the lever, hits it, descends the platform with both of us, and goes into the blast zone. Like, I could not have, like, written that script. I could not have arranged that in a way where it would have made sense, like, where I feel like it wouldn't have just taken multiple takes to do. It's like, just one of those kind of things. Like, that's what playing Marvin's like. So yeah, I put him up there. He's just shenanigans, harder to play, but he's got so many rules that he can kind of throw out. He's even got decent anti-projectile with his bubble. I don't know if he has decent anti-armor though. Maybe rocket, but that has a bit of cooldown, so. Alrighty. What was I going to talk about too now? Gonna talk about Morty. So I'm not really a big fan of Rick or Morty, but I do like, not Morty, Rick. I do like Rick a little bit more. He has a lot of combo stuff, a lot of projectiles. He's got teleport. He's got he's got skis when that's on cooldown. He has the transforming bulb thing. He has a lot of interesting combos, ways to kind of like guard things, ways to trap people out, ways to shenanigans. You know, he's got shenanigans as well. I don't know if he has a lot of great anti-armor or anti-projectile besides his own projectiles, which I think he's pretty good. I don't know if he's I don't feel like he's super busted. I might put him higher than Marvin though. It's hard to say though because they're both tougher to use. Marvin I would say maybe a little bit tougher to use, so I guess I'll put him there maybe. That's my best guess. Is my music still going? Hey, little V, what you doing, huh? Oh yeah, it's going. It's just sad music. Not sad, but it's emotional. So yeah, that's where I put Rick. I don't have too much to say about him. I haven't played him a whole lot recently. Mostly fought against him. They did a lot of jab. They did a lot of jab nerfing because jab was super powered, especially on him with his hands that are like disjointed a little bit. So he can kind of cover a good swipe with jab. It's like an anti-air too. It's pretty good. So, who else has a jab that's a good anti-air? I think it's mostly him, yeah, right now, all of these guys. So yeah, next character that everyone else I've played a bit of actually, so, well not a bit of, oh, Arya. 1v1 I hear that she's kind of busted. I don't know about 2v2 though. Like, she's light, she has anti-armor, she has like move turnaround, has good combos. She is a little tougher than I remember her being. I remember when I was first playing her, she didn't feel that tough to use. Which she might not be. I don't know if I would say she's an expert level character. I would say like medium if anything, but I don't feel like she's that tough to use. Like, she takes a little bit of spacing to use properly, but she has some disjoint. She has some pretty good anti-armor overall. She doesn't necessarily have good anti-projectile as far as I can tell, and I don't know how to use the face stuff, so I can't really talk on that. Yeah, actually, I'd probably put her as low as here in 2s. She's just too light. I feel like she can't maneuver like a Gizmo can at that weight either. She has good anti-armor, so that makes her better to take care of some of the heavier people that might try to take advantage of her lightness. But she also doesn't have good anti-projectile, so she can, depending on how that goes, you know, she can struggle too, so, yeah. I did Batman, I did. Let's do Banana God. I know his side special has some weird hitboxes to it still. They have fixed it a bit. Banana Guard, huh? He gets swole. I feel like he is, I think he's just good. I don't know if, I don't want to say he's like crazy or anything. He's got some good hitboxes, so he takes a bit to kind of learn the counter too, just because of those. But they're also hitboxes that aren't exactly easy to hit either. Like, a lot of them are a little awkward when you actually look at him. Yeah, he's just a bit goofy. I think, you know what? He should be the icon for multiverses, because he's just solid. He's just solid, I guess. He's the Lucina of this game, basically, you know? Lucina is so goofy and solid. I don't really have much to say about him, because a lot of his moves do kind of feel like a little copy-paste, too. Like a Lucina, like a Marth, like the 4 Marths. His moves would feel a little copy-paste, like poke up, poke down, poke side. It's, he does have a few switches there, though, so he switches up a little bit. Same with Marth, he has a few pokes, so. But yeah, he can work out. His specials are unique enough to make him way more unique than Marth, so. I think one of those common joke when Morty was more of a The first thing I thought when I played Morty is like, yeah, I'm totally a bruiser, just running from Taz and chucking everything out of my pockets at him. Classic bruiser. Oh yeah, go check that out on YouTube, guys. Hey, go check out my bruisering. Oh yeah, that's right. I did have that note. I was like, it took me a half second to remember what I posted last. Yeah, go check that out, guys. Okay. Except if you're on YouTube here now, that'd be weird. Because I am playing parties on YouTube. Beetlejuice. So Beetlejuice, he's also shenanigans. He has like a passive where if his buddy runs by them, they can hit an enemy 3 times. They can teleport to them with his scare thing, which does not seem like a very easy move to hit. He feels pretty good as a whole. Nothing crazy though. He's got some decent anti-armor. His neutral attack I think I should use more because it is a break armor and it's got good range, and I don't think about it enough. His eyeballs are his down air. His eyeballs are like a disjoint, I think. Whatever they are, they're devastating. He is a fricked up dude. His up special in the air is pretty good. His up special on the ground, which leads to his up special in the air, could be even better. Side special is in the air is interesting. Side special on the ground is anti-armor, so that's pretty good. He's got a lot of cool things. It's just not as crazy as like a Bugs, I would say. He's pretty solid. I haven't tested his weight either, so I forget where he weighs around. By the way, she's tied for lightest in the game. He is the heaviest in the game. Jake and Batman I think are way about the same. Maybe Black Adam now too. I'd have to test that again. Banana Guard's a little bit on the heavier end. A lot of these characters here are actually kind of similar weights. I don't know what his is though. I didn't test that. That's something I'll probably want to do more of too. Even streaming it, just call it Gizmo's Lab, like Gimmer's Lab. But okay, Finn. So where do I feel like Finn is? I feel like Finn probably top of A. He's an assassin. He has a very aggressive fighting style, which makes sense if you're going to say it's normally faster, lighter characters who are aggressive. That is Finn's style. He has kind of like a lot of auto combos where it's really hard to DI or like influence yourself out of the way of them. So a good Finn can quite often, especially in 1v1s, I imagine the thing, he can just carry you off to the blast zone pretty easy. Used to spam up special in the alpha. Yeah, that's where Staling came into play. Mostly alpha, yeah. Yeah, Staley came into play there with that moveset, which he still likes it in this game. Like, especially if you got a close side blast zone, that's pretty good. He has coins too, which allow him to do shop purchase things or let him do more damage depending on the perk. He has decent anti-projectile stuff. I would say good anti-armor stuff, so that makes him pretty versatile. Side special in the air does block projectiles apparently, but it's like you have to time it really well, so it could be a really hard thing to hit. At least as far as I can tell. I was trying it myself, but it wasn't quite working, so... Yeah, overall, he feels pretty solid, I don't think he's... I think he might just suffer a little bit, too, because he can't take... Oh, no, maybe not. He might be really good. He might be higher than this. I haven't played him enough. Yeah, I haven't played against him enough, either. I did play as him a bit, and I played as him with a Jake against 2 Finns, and that was some interesting stuff to figure out. Like, I was better at spacing than them, is what I'll say. So, also only reflects it away. It doesn't make it do damage to. Oh, his high five. Down special reflects and makes them. Okay, so it's decent ass anti-projectile stuff. Nothing crazy. Okay, because I know like the side special one on the ground will destroy it. So I'm pretty sure it does. I don't even know if it side special. Okay, you are referring to side special. I was thinking a neutral special. I didn't realize it actually reflected it. It just destroyed him. Maybe it's on the ground. Or maybe it is in the air. The high five can do it too. Okay, I'll have to double check that then. But yeah, he doesn't feel like he's super crazy, but I haven't played against enough or as him enough, I think, to really get a good judge of that. But I would say top of A. Ooh, Garnet. So I was talking about how I don't think Arya's like an expert level. I feel like she's more medium. I would say Garnet is probably about as hard to use as Arya is. Like, she doesn't really have... I remember when LeBron Shaggy's bot spam projectile so much I had to... Dude, a good Shaggy will use Sandwich, man. That's what I found. A good Shaggy, they'll know to use Sandwich. Like, I'm not getting near that Gizmo right now. I'm gonna make him come to me. It's like, God dang it, Shaggy, why are you actually being smart about this? Ugh. But yeah, I say Garnet is actually... She has, like, harder combos and setups than Arya does. Like, she's heavier, but a lot of her moves are just difficult to hit still. Like, I think they gave her armor back on her side special during side up, which is kind of nice. So it's nice to have that back, but it was also obnoxious in the beta, so they're trying to figure the balance of that. Nair is pretty good, probably one of the best Nairs in the game, I would say now. But it doesn't really go into anything very well. It's not super reliable except for controlling space, so she just feels hard to play. To the point I'd probably put her about here. Like, she has some potential now for some... Actually, I'll put her above Banana Guard because I feel like she has more potential. Because she does her neutral special now will add a anti-projectile thing, so that is nice. I don't think she has super great anti-armor though. I think that's one thing she's kind of lacking on. So she has armor, but she doesn't have great anti-armor. She has decent anti-projectile stuff now. Her anti-projectile wasn't really... You can't really get it going super fast with her neutral special. She has like the gauntlets, but trading off between gauntlets and her shove can be confusing. She has the star thing, which is situational, so I think she's just hard. Up special on the ground too is the finger gun, which is kind of good, but the clap, which is devastating. So yeah, I think she's just hard to play, and it makes it hard to... She's hard to synergize with people too, so I think that's why I put her up right here. Oh, I gotta look over here. Harley Quinn. So I haven't played Harley as much because most been playing with my girlfriend on this a lot, so... And she's gonna be Harley Quinn, so I don't want to confuse myself. I'd probably put her here. Like, I think she's... You know, she's good. She has some good... Maybe I think... No. I think for twos, I'd put her above Garnet. Well, it's... The thing with Harley, she doesn't have good anti-armor or anti-projectile. So that makes it a little bit tougher for her. She has, like, traps and stuff, but they require a bit of setup, and that setup's not necessarily easier in 2v2s. She has some decent disjoints, but her up special isn't that strong or big. It's a little fast, but not strong or powerful at all. Stronger, super disjointed or anything like that. Not the greatest range. Whatever. Words, hard. I mean, she has good, decent, like, her Nair is pretty good. They've stopped people from being able to just spam that, though, so, which is fair. Her dash attack is kind of good, but it requires a bit of startup. Her slide is pretty good, you know, good for starting up, low pull for like certain attacks. Her gloves are good at zoning in different ways, too, especially now that they add a little more momentum back to it. I think she might be pretty good. I think I will put her above. I don't know, Banana Guard is just, feels more reliable, whereas Harley is tougher, because she's so light. She's not obnoxious in any particular way. I just feel like she's just like I feel like they undertuned her way too much based on people in the beta. Same with Velma, which I'll get into. But I feel like she needs to be. I feel like that's all it is. Like, she's a cocky lady, and people are like, I hate cocky ladies, and that's all I can think at this point. Because I don't know why she gets such a bad rap at this point, man. Maybe she's just absolutely busted and I don't realize it, but in 2v2 she just feels pretty good, you know, but tougher. That's how I feel about her. Let's do Morty, me boy. So Morty, he's probably gotta be up here. I think Morty's gotta be up here. Like, Morty is not a bruiser. Like, one of the last roles Morty is bruiser, maybe assassin. He summons an entire spaceship with up special. It's totally a bruiser thing. He has a teleportation he does with side special, totally a bruiser thing. He has a down special that is a tether that he also uses for allies to protect them, totally a bruiser thing. He has grenades that he throws at people, and he can shoot those grenades with, totally a bruiser thing. He has a jab where he hits people with a hammer, totally a mage thing. He has a down air that's pretty big, you know. It's a big beefy arm, you know, totally a mage thing. And he has an axe for his forward air, you know, just a huge chopping axe, totally a mage thing. And those are like his only 3 mage moves. So everything else is bruiser. He's got, I wouldn't say he's like super great anti-projectile. I don't think he's got anything that's really anti-projectile. He does have anti-armor in his down attack, which can also be good for cleansing people, so it's actually one of his, I would say one of his better neutral moves, actually, because sometimes I'll just tap, because if you just tap down with the normal down tilt attack, it's just like a quick slap at their feet. Whereas if you scrub a bunch with it, it takes a little bit longer to start up, but then you can like cleanse your ally. So it's interesting, like you can use that to hit him in the feet with. I just think that's a nice touch, actually. Like, I don't like him that much as a character, but he has a lot of nice touches as far as his overall packages. So, yeah. Same with Rick. Like, I don't like. I think they're both really cool. I'm not a big fan of it. Morty can be a bit obnoxious, but overall, I still like this kid. I think he's got, especially since they're not going to be pushing the bruiser stuff as much, because it is hard to fight a Morty where they are buffing like the 3 mage moves he has, and and then they try to like leave him with all his projectiles and stuff, and it's like, okay, well, he has like a few really good bruiser moves and just a lot of mage moves, so it's like, yeah. Do I think he's better than Batman? That's a tough one. Batman is fast. I think I'll put him there for 2v2s. Bottom of S. Yeah. I don't think he's absolutely busted, but I feel like he's pretty... he also has, like, dirt that he summons from the ground, too, that can be useful for just catching people off guard that are trying to get your ally, too. Does weaken. Just a lot of... He has a lot of good tools, and I feel like just sometimes they're hard to use, but... Ooh... Rain Dog. Oh, I should have done him earlier anyways, but I started playing Rain Dog a little more again. Actually... They increased his weight a bit now. I'm pretty sure he's like closer to Shaggy in them, so he's a bit tougher now. He's not super great at slugging, but he's got some moves that work pretty well. If I were to take a guess, they've probably removed like some of the disjointed properties, either by accident that some of the moves had, because he seems to trade a lot more than he used to. Like forward air 2 might be another one then. That is harder to hit unless you're actually catching people off guard. And he does have a lot of projectiles too, so it's hard to be like, yeah, Rain Dog should totally be able to slug, because he has so many projectiles, so... plus he has the ability to tether a friend, which actually I think puts him up here. Like, his ability to be support, I think, helps him a lot in a 2v2 setting. Because he can tether people to try to save him. It makes him a little tougher to use, because he has to be aware of more stuff, but he can use, like, Fireball to kind of help zone out areas. Neutral attack. He feels like he still has a lot of good moves, anti-armor stuff, too. The fact he has so many projectiles and anti-armor, I feel like he's just pretty solid around. Like, I wouldn't even doubt he should be higher up here, maybe, but I'll put him down here for now. I feel like there's probably some things about him that are tougher on the bruisery end side, where I might put him a little high, but I'll put him there. Who's next? Steven. Steven is a character who probably has a lot of stuff for 2s that I just haven't even thought about. Like, I might put him up here even for 2s, because he has the shield, which kind of replaces his neutral dodge, which is a shield, which people were kind of talking about how, like, why he gets a shield and stuff too, and I do agree that does seem weird. Something I was thinking to kind of help offset some of that, maybe have a perk that allows you to use shield with Steven, so you're not like, it's not just a part of his kit that can be really hard to deal with, especially in 2v2s when there's so many other things to worry with Steven. Or even just for normal characters to have a bubble shield, maybe, or just armor for like a parry instead, maybe, or maybe just replace parry with armor, because I'm not a big fan of the parry, honestly. Feather friend the feather, first hour of ooh, I should get up and stretch again. First hour of hydrate. Toast about from Papa Tripper. Thank you for reminding me of that. How you been doing? Or have you been having good video games you've been playing? Yeah, I should probably get up and stretch again. I've been having a weird week, man. Gotta get up and keep them legs limber. Part of the reason I just started doing this shuffle in here. How dumb do I look? Anyways, yeah, I'll do that here in a second. But actually, yeah, maybe I'll talk about the parry system a little. I'll take a break, think about it a minute, talk about the parry system quick. So I'm just so far, just all over the place. Look at me. All right, I'm back. Ooh. Oh yeah, that person at Hyper Knight Raven showed me, that was some pretty interesting stuff. I'll have to keep an eye out too for it. They might be streaming again, doing like WWE announcement stuff. Okay, so Steven Universe, he has like the shield thing that kind of is in either conjunction with his parry or replaces his parry. I'm not actually sure with him, but it also protects his ally, and it's a lot to deal with. It's like definitely a tool that no one else has, which is also interesting, but is a lot. So maybe that's something too you can do with Steven on the, if like I was saying, to remove comeback mechanics from a character like Iron Giant. Like, you don't need somebody that big with a comeback mechanic, man. Like, you gotta make him smaller at that point or something. Like, I don't know, man. I know it doesn't really fit for him because he is the size of multiple buildings. He's not, but the scaling makes sense. It's just, yeah, get rid of the rage at that point, you know, and then put it on as a mutator mode. Even you can do a Steven shield, but specifically I guess with the parry system, like I think I even heard, I think it was on the thing with GSM Void was saying it too, or somebody on there, I forget who it was. Anyways, he was also saying that block would be a nice thing to have, and I was thinking maybe something too for characters, for perks, give them just a neutral armor thing, like a super armor, kind of like a Wonder Woman armor, but it because Wonder Woman has armor that I think also negates damage, so it's like a very good armor, and that could be the type of armor you get for like when you hit that button in neutral and you use your dodge meter instead, you just get that armor. And I think that would be a nice perk for some people to hit back with, or even I guess if you just have a neutral armor, I think it'd be better than some of the other perks they have. Honestly, I'll talk more about the perks, but yeah, the parry is a weird system in general. Maybe I should focus on it. The parry is a weird system. I don't necessarily hate it, but there's a lot of perks that don't work great with it. It doesn't seem like a great option like 90% of the time. And when it does work, half the time it doesn't seem like it's helpful. Like, it doesn't, especially in a 2v2 setting, the parry mechanic is, yeah, even in a 1v1 setting, it's a little iffy to use, but it's more reliable than 2v2, because 2v2 you can just be parrying a projectile, and unless you have a certain perk for that, it might not matter, and it might not even matter then even if that perk, because of how parrying and projectiles work. So yeah, and I guess that's the main thing I can say with Steven, is that he has so many tools like that some characters don't have. He has that shield, he has side special, he has the ability to call upon a third partner, he has platforms, like he has so many things, man. Like, I could see a world where you could take away Steven's shield, take away the fact that his watermelon turns into a little watermelon guy, and you could just leave those for like his mutator variant, you know, kind of like Iron Giant with Rage, and then you could try to balance him a little more reserved, you know. So it's like Bugs. Like, does Bugs need a rocket that comes back down from space? And you know, maybe for normal mode, no, but maybe for mutator mode, Bugs has that rocket. Oh yeah, it's coming back. He can summon 2 of those at once, right? Like, that would be mutator Bugs. He'd be freaking terrifying, man. Okay, but yeah, that's my sentiment on Steven. He has some decent anti-projectile stuff, I know his shield is anti-projectile. I don't remember, like, down attack on the ground is an anti-projectile. I don't know if side attack is, but I think it is. So like, he has decent anti-projectile. Actually, maybe I should say good anti-projectile. I haven't played him a whole lot, so it's I was playing him a little bit when I got his I got this variant of him here, emo Steven Universe. So I was playing him a little bit around that time. So he's such an adorable dude. Nope, not there. But yeah, he has a Skater Boy with his shield surfing, but I call him Skater Boy, which I should just call him shield surfing because Breath of the Wild is a thing. Yeah, I just feel like he has a lot of really good things, and it's hard for me to even put him like below bugs with a lot of those things. He might be though. I wouldn't put it past him being more like maybe mid S, just because he has a lot of things to keep in mind, but he does have a lot of things, and he doesn't necessarily need to be doing all of them at once. So, who's next on this list? Tasmanian Devil. Taz. I feel like in 2s he might be like S tier actually, like bottom of S. Well, put him top of A for now. Because he has a lot of crowd control stuff, particularly up special when it's on cooldown, but Tornado can still be good because it's just hard to contend with if you're having to also deal with a partner. His dash attack too can sometimes be good to just scoop people up when they're trying to land. He has kind of some projectiles too, armor projectile while on the ground with his neutral attack. He's able to barf up boots on people, which is at least disorienting. He has food stuff, which can be hard if he keeps getting his combos on. And down attack is a decent anti-armor. I mean, I would say it's a good anti-armor move actually. Down attack is probably the best anti-armor moves I can think of right now. Besides, like, you know, Bug's Rocket, but like, yeah, I would say he even has anti-projectile by being able to scoop up stuff with his neutral special, his bite. I don't know if I would say that's great anti-projectile though, because it's situational, and that's not like you're catching everything with it, and if you are, you can kind of punish him while he's doing it too. So I would say he has good anti-armor, decent anti-projectile, nothing crazy there with it. It's more like crowd control with him, anti-armor with him, just the ability to kind of, you know, hound people down. So put him up here. But I feel like if you can kind of work the spacing on him, you can shut down a lot of his stuff. So I'll put him top of A. Just top of A. Okay. Who's next? Ah, the Powerpuff Girls. Powerpuff. So they're, I really have not played them enough. They've gained some levels through rifts and stuff, but it's a little overstated on the level there even. Some of these are two are just from having like variant, like the Batman 85 for Rain Dog. I was using that a little bit to level them up. Also, back to Arya for a second. How come this is the first variant I was able to pick from, huh, Tony? How dare you, Tony? Tony, I should be able to send pink by now, okay? Someone send this to Tony and tell him to call me. I haven't heard from him in weeks. Ever, actually. Hey, there's a lot of weeks between now and forever, okay? Alright, what are we talking about? Powerpuff Girls. Yeah, okay, so Powerpuff Girls, how do I feel? This is hard, because they have a lot of cool stuff, but their hitboxes are so weird, but they have so much combo potential, and they got some... You can... Like, as it is Powerpuff Girls, you can pick between the 3 leaders, which kind of differentiates their... Like, I was talking with someone, I think it's Shoko's Discord a little bit, that we're talking about a little bit. I'm not super active in there, but messaging a little bit about that stuff, because they have a Multiverses channel there I was talking about a little bit. Anyways, point being, I was talking with someone there about it, specifically about how, we're, like, guessing what they were kind of like. And I was wondering, like, are they just, like, a weird... amorphous blob of a hitbox? Like, neutral attack can travel very far. Yep, that's a good one. Yep. But are they like amorphous blob with their hitbox? Or are they like... or are they kind of like ice climbers? Or are they... And then someone was even saying too, like ice climbers or Pokemon trainer. My brain, I'm like, that seems kind of crazy to work around. But, you know, I'm not going to say it's not. And it turns out, yeah, they're just some kind of like Pokemon trainer. Like, their hitboxes are kind of hard to figure out. They have like desyncs with some of their abilities depending on the leader. Like, Blossom has like Ice Breath to freeze enemy. Buttercup has Laser Eyes to ignite people, maybe break armor, I forget what that means. And Bubbles has a Scream that also works as a stun and anti-projectile. It's at least a stun, but that means they are so versatile in so many different matchups that between that and their combo potential, like Pixel was saying, the neutral attack on the ground, that thing slides far and can low profile things. So Pokemon Trader's down special at hitbox. it could hit with. Yeah, special down special in the air. Yep, down special in the air is a good for dealing damage. Buttercup deals more damage too. Bubbles is faster, so you can kind of tune your skill to that too. Different throws for different characters. One will spike. I think Buttercup spikes. Blossom throws up, throws towards you, and Bubbles throws. I forget exactly. It's very interesting. There's a lot of things to keep in mind with them, but I feel like they're beginner friendly enough where it's not super overwhelming still. It's just hard to space with them because their hitboxes are so weird. It's hard to tell where you're at. And I think that's the hardest thing about them is their hitbox, but considering how versatile they are, for 2s, I would even put them up as high as like here. Maybe even higher, but I haven't played them enough, so. Throws you down, Bubbles throws up, Buttercup spikes. Ah, towards you, Blossom towards you. Okay, that is what it is. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think they're pretty good. I could definitely see myself being a Bubbles main. I also might use the voice pack once I get that in the battle pass. They should be going right here soon, right? Heck yeah. Right on. Alright, so yeah, I like that about them, and I think they're good, and I think I could sort of be a main in another universe, in another multiverse. It's like near the very end. Near the very end. Yeah, if you're talking about the throw, then yeah, probably. I'm barely paying attention anymore. I wasn't paying attention to begin with, but barely anymore. Ooh, Tom and Jerry. I was just playing Tom and Jerry recently, do some detective neutral specials. That's one thing I like about the variants having tags on them. It encourages me to play, to like, try and like puzzle out which character do I want to play for this, right? Like, I'll pick a lower level character that I want to do detective missions. So that's one thing I do like about the variants. That's why I like the fact they still add things, even if it's like a Shark Week thing, even if it's a slight overhaul, or like a slight recoloring of something. Nothing crazy, but I do really enjoy that act of the variants. I know a lot of people hate a lot of that stuff with that, but I'll talk about that more later though, but if anything. But yeah, I was like I was saying before, I was facing a Jack, and I was like, I was facing a Batman and a Jack with first we were trying to do unranked, which wasn't working out because those people were playing way too hard, so we decided to do ranked to get people who are at similar levels, to make it a little bit easier. Because like all the best players had stopped playing ranked like a month ago, man. They're all in unranked now. So yeah, we're facing Jack and a Batman. Struggled at the beginning, but managed to figure it out by second match. Managed to pull out a win, a pretty close one. And something I noticed too, like Tom and Jerry, he has his dash, like low profiles things. It's really interesting how that can work. Fishing rod I find is better for recovery than anything else. It's especially if they're going to try to flag me, I can throw a hitbox at them or pull myself in with that perk. Dynamite is kind of nice for a mix-up. Jerry's nice for kind of catching people off guard, putting stuff out of the way. He has a lot of different combo things he can do with that. He can do a lot of different zoning things with that. His frying pan is possibly the most powerful down air in the game, which I think is fine, as much as it hurts me as it gets me at times. Up air is pretty good. His racket is an anti-projectile. He has some decent anti-armor with, I think, his down attack, which also kind of low profile, so that can be kind of good to kind of squeeze him. It's actually a pretty good anti-armor. Like, Jake's got a really good anti-armor with that down attack. He has a really good anti-armor with that down attack. Who's another one I think has a really good... Oh, Taz. Taz, I think, is a good one. They're like some of the better ones, I would say, as far as anti-armors go. I think Brain Dog does have a side special that's a good anti-armor, so yeah, he's another one with a good anti-armor, so... Like, I feel like this... But yeah, his down attack feels like a really good anti-armor too, low profiles. Doesn't take too much startup or anything like that, so yeah. It does... Yeah, it does get interesting. Try to remember some of these things. Like, he has good anti-armor. Would that make more sense than Black Adam? Who knows? I think it works too, because it gives each character their own amount of flavor. So even if it is in a toony way, which I mean, at that point, yeah, it's breaking the norm, because the norm is cartoons in this universe. So, oh man, I gotta talk about riffs later too. But yeah, as far as how good I think he is as a whole in a 2v2 environment, I think maybe I think we might put. Oh no. Yeah, I think I might put him above Batman for a 2v2. Like I feel like for 2v2, really good. They remove some of his combo potential, so it probably makes him worse than 1v1s. But it also makes him less obnoxious in 2v2. So because you could just juggle people with that up air, man. So it makes sense because you could get 2 people with that so easy. It's a bit intense. So I think he might even be higher too. Like these boot 2 here, I'm still trying to figure out. I'm not super great at Tom and Jerry, but I do feel like he's pretty good. Velma Dinkley. She's more of a swordy right now. I don't know how good she is. She's had a few different patches. She has down special with her book that she can use on cooldown, which doesn't really seem that great in 2v2s, so it kind of doesn't mean much. Her side special now at least rams people, which is kind of nice. Groceries are arriving shortly. I don't know what that sounded like. What was it? Just like with Velma. Her side special at least hits people now from her back, so she just kind of blasts on through. Side special on the ground is mostly only good in 2v2 or catching people off guard, just doing a knowledge check. I think it's more useful in 2v2s because your partner can kind of juggle them just long enough to catch them off guard, and it can be a good way to create some damage, create some space. So in a 2v2 setup, I think side special is decent. Up special is a good mix-up because the camera hits below her, but it will launch people upwards, so you can turn around getting juggled. So that's like a unique thing that she has. Like, I think Joker has it too. So she has like down special with a book, which makes your heads really big, but it's a pretty good projectile. I think they nerfed it a bit though. It also has like the longest cooldown on the planet, probably because it helps cooldown. So that's probably why it does that. A lot of her kit feels difficult to use though because of stuff like that. Like, she definitely doesn't have the projectile she used to have. Down attack on the ground is labeled as a projectile, but it doesn't have the characteristics of a projectile, so it's more of a disjoint. Flashlight is kind of a disjoint. The light bulb is more of a disjoint. So like, she's just more of a swordy, I would say, than an actual mage at this point. Than an actual ranged. Oh, my delivery has arrived. Well then, after I get done talking about Velma, I will go make sure I get those groceries. Which should just double check. Okay. So yeah, I feel like she's more of a swordy, but I don't feel like she has a whole lot of great anti-projectiles. I don't think she has a lot of super great projectiles either. Her neutral attack might be a projectile. At least you put it over a friend, it would cause them bubble. I know we faced a really good Velma who had a Superman who was being super not doing anything and was taunting a lot, which felt worse too on the second match because Velma is just beating the crap out of us and Superman just gets the taunt. So when we won that, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna teabag and leave. I'm done. I'm tired, man. That Velma was... I was playing Steven at that point, so I didn't know how to play Steven too. So it was just bad all around. But I don't think she has great anti-armor. I don't think she has great anti-projectile. I don't think she has great projectiles. I think she's better than she was, but I don't think she's... They might as well just make her more of a swordy at this point. Kind of focus on swordy maneuvers, maybe? Because she's not really a... She's lost so much of what made her a mage, which is... This is part of the whole, like... You see something here, like, this guy was top tier before, too, huh? Why isn't he down here? Oh, is it because Harley Quinn is a girl, huh? Be right back, sexist jerks. You know what? Maybe I should use K-Trope more in my post that it's video game music, kind of, sort of, a bit fun. Alright, sorry that took me so long. I'm back. I'll make sure I put away groceries and stuff, so... Well, yeah, I actually don't have no idea if this is related at all to sexism. But I think I feel like this is more likely just be that her kit was very long range. Like the megaphone reach was one of the few abilities that could reach across the screen. So it was a lot to deal with along with her other projectiles. So I kind of get it too why they toned that down. I feel like probably a better, or at least a different way to try that, but... Yeah, and I think Harley too, she had a lot of traps and stuff, so she could play quite a few different ways, which is part of the reason she probably ended up getting nerfed. I feel like it was a lot of there was a lot of unnecessary nerfs to these two in particular. Like especially when you consider Wonder Woman and Bugs Bunny are still kind of pretty high up there for various reasons and that. So, which Wonder Woman? 2v2s. She has some decent anti-armor, but she also has some really good armor in general. She's also a character who can still create armor even when she's on burnout. She has Whip, which is a decent range attack. Takes a little bit of skill to use properly, though. She's pretty heavy. She can deal pretty good damage. She has pretty good movement. Her fair is huge, so like she can just spam that too. If there's one reason I feel like she didn't get nerfed enough is because people who like mashing, you know, I'm just saying, you know, Bugs can mash too. Black Adam can spam Nair. Like, he has every approach option is good. Like, there's a reason why some of these characters I would put up here, and she has quite a few good armor moves, kind of like a Superman, which makes sense for her. Good disjoints, unlike Superman, who doesn't have quite as many. How many spell moves break armor? Shaky's Nair, that's a pretty good one. A lot of the dares, I guess, yeah. Like, his, I think, is decent because of low profiles. Batman's down air breaks armor on the second hit, which just doesn't, can on the second hit. I don't think there's a good reason to use that, but maybe there is, I don't know. I think this breaks armor. My girlfriend's calling me, but dang. Alright, I'm back. Trig was just making sure I got the stuff. Other spell moves that can break armor. Taz's down there is pretty good for that. Finn's Nair is pretty good for that. I don't know if he has a break armor move. I think his down attack can. Rain Dog's side special on the ground, I think, does a pretty good job. Maybe already does side special on cooldown? But it's also weird to use, so. Jake's splits, super good armor break. I can't remember if Garnet has any armor break moves. I think her camera does, but that's about it. I could be wrong, but yeah. Basically, yeah, she has her Nair that she could use for armor break. It doesn't have a super good disjoint, so it's a little harder to hit, but it's not as hard to hit as say like a Rain Dog Fair, as far as I'm aware. Down attack at the ledge, you do the whole. She has good edge guarding, a good spike, a little harder to hit, but a good spike. She has just a lot of good moves. She's heavy, fast. I think the only thing maybe she doesn't, she has good anti-projectile too. She has a couple different options for that. Like, yeah, it's she's got a lot of stuff. She was not hit nearly as hard as her. So what I'll say. I don't hate her. I do like her. I think she's fun. I don't think she needs to really be nerfed too much, but I do think she's really good though. I'm more so pointing out in comparison to these two, possibly Garnet too, man. I think something that might help Garnet is better synergies, because like she needs more lightning synergies. We don't have perks for that too, but maybe I'll get them on that later. Anyways, now we're getting into the characters I'm at level 10 with or higher. Agent Smith. I like him. He's a fun character. He has good anti-projectile with his gun. His chop is a pretty good neutral maneuver, just a little hard to catch people on the ground with, unfortunately. Up air is pretty standard, a little hard to hit. Neutral attack is the whole thing that can silence people, so that can be handy. That's another thing too. Rick can silence people, I'm pretty sure, with his almond he hits into their butt, I guess. I don't know what's going on with that move. There's references there, probably. The Smith can also silence people with that. I don't think he has a lot of great anti-armor maneuvers. I think that's actually an area he struggles. His up special is powerful and is a decent mix-up or a decent follow-up to an ally, but it's not... It's hard to hit with. You're pretty vulnerable during it, so... like, I know there's even a variant of it too where you do up special to an ally, so that's probably why they did that, because it's easier to hit this move with an ally kind of juggling them. But yeah, decent anti-projectile with his gun, but it's not very long range. It relies on him doing a lot of like attacks to kind of build the gun to have more blasts. He has some decent spikes. I feel like he has a really hard time recovering compared to a lot of characters, especially after the wall fatigue stuff. I think I only put him like here. I think I like him. He's a lot of fun. I like playing him, but I don't think he's very good. At least in twos. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. So I'm putting him there though. Yeah. Alright, next up. Who else we got above 10? Jason Voorhees. I feel like Jason Voorhees is a menace in just the right situation. Like, I'm putting him... So, he's a bigger character. He's... You know, you could juggle him pretty well, so that kind of puts him in a weird spot in 2v2s. But I think they did a really good job with his kit of making him feel like, oh, it's just a big dumb slow guy walking. Suddenly you turn around, he's right there slamming you into a bed. He's really bad until suddenly he isn't. He's strangely quick, and it might be due in part to his disjoints. His jab combo to side special is a little bit too easy to ring people out with. So there's that. He has an axe that just kind of covers stuff. He didn't have armor before, and he did have rage where he didn't, which was like super armor, I guess. Actually super armor, because a lot of these armors are just a one-hit armor. He had like super armor where you would have gray health, and once that gets depleted, then you can hit him with knockback. He just teleports you. Yep, pretty much. Yep, he will teleport behind you every time, make you guess. One way to take care of a Jason and Rifts, like he's teleporting behind you, just keep running forward, because then you start swinging at the air. You know, just keep running. Unless you have a friend and you're running into each other, then you shenanigans yourselves. But yeah, Jason is like slow and just not doing anything until suddenly he's just destroying you. He went from being like one of the few tanks that didn't have armor at all to being one of the few tanks, or one of the few characters that has armor on an aerial attack. I think he's the, besides like Shaggy rage specials, which they nerfed that a bit too, I think he's the only person that has the ability to use, it's his neutral attack in the air where he grabs him and he stabs him, which is also an anti-armor move in itself. So he has, and it's an anti-armor armored move that is one of the few armored moves in the air. So it puts him in a very unique setting to be able to use that maneuver in particular. His nair in the air isn't too bad. His up air is just intimidating. He will ring you out early if you're too close to the blast zone, like many people of his size. So I feel like his kit is in like a weirdly good spot where it's imposing and annoying enough, but it really works, I think. I hate fighting him 1v1, especially as a Gizmo, with no way to get past some of his disjoints at time. I can't break his rage, and oh, okay, just making sure Dragon wasn't talking to me. So yeah, I like his kit. Maybe it's, yeah, just making sure got something set up properly in the window here. I like his kit. I think he's pretty good. He might be better than this, but he also is heavy. He's easy to juggle, so he doesn't normally end up being too... I'm also playing Gizmo, the master of juggling and maneuvering, so that could be a me thing. Like 1v1 against Jason with Gizmo, I'm terrified. 2v2 against Jason with Gizmo, I'm salivating. Ah. So we got LeBron. I just started playing him recently. He is fun. He's a fun guy. How good do I think he is? He doesn't have a lot of charge moves, so it's a little awkward. I think it's just both his neutral attacks, both with ball and without ball. He doesn't seem to have a whole lot of great anti-armors. He has the ball projectile, which is one of the best projectiles in the game, I guess, yeah. It can just bounce around. His ability to kind of throw that out and keep people off balance is probably so annoying for them. Like, I don't blame people not wanting to rematch. He's a bruiser, and I think it still fits, but I feel like Major Assassin kind of makes more sense because of his how he does his style. It's just very mixed up, but bruiser still fits for him. He does a lot of ball combos. You throw ball out, it can do a lot of good stuff for you. I think just that is a good thing that makes him a decent anti-projectile character, but also if you start going up, say, a Gizmo who has anti-projectile stuff, he loses a lot of value. Like, I feel like if you have any anti-projectile play on him, he's going to struggle a lot. Like, you can kind of make it work, but any anti-projectile play makes him a lot tougher, especially if you're really good at anti-projectile play. I feel like he just struggles, and I feel like Gizmo is one of those characters that can just shut him down pretty quickly with a lot of that stuff, so even Tom and Jerry Racket can be good for that too, so because of that, I am going to put him down here. He's just a little trickier to use once you do the anti-projectile game. He's got some decent stuff too, like an armored neutral attack too that can be handy. Stuff like that. So I definitely think he's good. I just don't know if I say he's great. You know. Who's next? Jack, the man that got me. Like I've been tilted about Shaggy before. I've been tilted about Batman before, but like they were kind of in good spots by the end of the beta as far as I'm concerned. Jack was a character when he first came out that was he had Limit Break. Not as obnoxious as Limit Break because he didn't get like speed boost and damage boost, which why Cloud gets that in Smash Ultimate is beyond me, other than to really sell DLC. But yeah, Jack's focus was overtuned a bit. He would get it like 2 times the stock at least. His ability to poke, especially in 2v2s, is so good. He has one anti-projectile move with his neutral special in the air, which is hard to time but can be some decent value, especially in a 2v2 scenario like, say, against a LeBron. He doesn't really have much for armor moves except for his neutral on the ground. His side special is better than Shaggy's, I would say. By far. I think I heard the devs say it's easy to parry, but like I feel like there's a lot of moves that are easy to parry if this move is easy to parry, so it's kind of a nothing burger there, I guess. He's like I said before, he's able to poke very well. Before the focus tweaks too, like he gets 2 focus around, and in a 2v2 scenario he would do side special and he just lingers there, so it makes it really hard to contend with Jack when he's doing this, like just at nothing, because he's just controlling that space unless you can get in there. Not to mention he could cover his own butt with like just attacks in the wrong direction because his reach was so obnoxious. So he was the noob killer because it took me forever to learn spacing, and even by the time I was doing like a 1v1 with Gizmo and I was getting tilted because I'm like trying to hit him in the butt and he's doing down special in the wrong direction and he punishes me for it, and sure enough they nerfed that move because it was hitting people behind him, so I wasn't the only person noticing that. He's not as nearly as bad now. I say he's in a decent spot. I played him a lot just to figure out his weaknesses, which I mostly just won a lot of 1v1s. That doesn't make me feel great either. I was facing a Jason who had like 2,000 Jack wins, and it's like, dude, I don't have them. I have half that with Gizmo, and I managed to beat him the first match, and he's playing Jason, so it's like, it kind of made sense because like Jack, I feel like is better than Jason in 1v1s. I could be wrong on that actually. Anyways, Jack's really good, and he did manage to beat me. I mean, obviously he probably wouldn't know the Jack counter, but it's just one of those things where like you can just kind of throw out moves to control space with him. I feel like there's a decent space now though where you can't get focused twice a match and then throw out side special to linger in a spot, so that gives your buddy advantage, you know? But he still feels really good in 2v2s. I don't think he's quite as versatile as Black Adam, but I would put him like here in 2v2s, just for his reach and ability to control space. Not necessarily great anti-armor, anti-projectile, but just his zoning ability alone, and his disjoints, I put him like, you know, pretty, maybe low end of S. I'm like, no, I think he's gonna hold more value like a Ring Dog or a Morty even at 2v2. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Maybe he's like below Batman. Maybe I'll put him. He's like somewhere with these three, I think, right? Yeah. I mean, I'll put him there. I'll put him there. It's hard for me to tell, you know. I don't know, bro. Now, Shaggy. Shaggy was pretty gross on release. He had the ability to just kind of hit you with a jab in neutral and you would explode. He has Rage, the memeest high special ever. That gives him armor on the next special attack. In the beta, it used to give Enrage to your partner too. So even if you ignore Shaggy and he misses that attack, your partner can still, you know, do a weakened onto you. So it was a bit obnoxious to have that where he could just, the squirreliness of the game, he just runs across the stage, he starts charging, and before you realize, like, well, he's gonna get Rage one way or another because I can't, you know, suddenly do a turnaround that fast. I have to just always be ready for Shaggy to either run away or run at you. So he was a very obnoxious character before. He's better now. He can't just blow up. I mean, 1v1 is Gizmo, like, yeah, he's probably going to ring me up below 100 before I do him, more often than not, so I do have to do quite a bit more damage. But he's not as obnoxious as he used to be. He has good armor breaks, though. He has good mobility. He has good hitboxes. Not a lot of disjoints, so he can tend to trade. He has Enrage to bait people. He has Enrage as a counter maneuver. It doesn't break armor anymore, too, so it's not as obnoxious, but he still has, like, other decent. Nair is like one of the best anti-armors, I would say. His neutral air with the crazy legs, like, you just do that on people. Throw it out if you're not sure what they might be doing, and if they're gonna try armor moves, you'll at least trade. You know, it might not feel great, but you can do a lot of like testing the waters with his Nair. So he has like a decent projectile with his sandwich. Like, I know if I'm coming up against a Shaggy, they will start throwing sandwiches instead of chasing me if I'm at a disadvantage at all. And sometimes, like, yeah, it's actually a better play. I can't blame him. I was like, dang, that's actually working. Well, now I know how it feels being Gizmo. It's one of the few projectiles that goes that far anymore. Because not a lot of them go that far with that speed, so. He has some decent armored attacks, too. He's got decent combos on the ground. He's just got a lot of solid moves. I don't know if I put him above Jack, though, just because he doesn't have the disjoints or, like, anti-projectiles as some characters. But he does feel really good still. I'll put him up here. He is kind of gross, so, but not as gross as he once was. But I feel like he has more value. I almost kind of want to put Ring Dog down here. As much as I like him, I don't know if he's that busted. You know, I'm actually gonna put Arya down here. I don't know if she's that good in 2s either. Iron Giant I'm leaving there though, just because I feel like he's tough, but I feel like he's got enough stuff he can do it with. So yeah, I think this makes more sense. Yeah, gotta fix these tiers a little. Yeah, because the more I think about Rain Dog, I don't know if he has quite the same tools like a Shaggy could have kind of give out. So, but he might be way better actually. But that's my best guess right now. So. Now we go to Stripe. So Stripe is probably my 1v1 guy. He's a little tricky. He's a little tricky to use. Let's put him down here for now. He's a little tricky to use. He doesn't really have anti-armor maneuvers. None that are super reliable, at least. Like, he can. I think side special in the air is decent. Skateboard maybe if you time it or space the right move or something, depending. He doesn't really have anti-armor, which I think is one of his weaker points. His dash attack could be good if you have that perk with it, but that dash attack is a little slow. I think fully charge attack with his fair might be better, because his forward air covers a lot of stuff, so it's pretty good. He has Buzzsaw, which is a pretty good projectile, but hard to use kind of on a whim. Dynamite was obnoxious to the point, like, yeah, no, they definitely need to nerf that. That thing was just too great to, like, finish up a combo with or whatever. If he hits people, he gets mark on them, so he can shoot with his gun across the stage. One of the few attacks that shoots across the stage. It's pretty good at, like, finishing off someone who is just getting up to high percentage, but they're just not quite wrung out. So it's good for, like, finishing off opponents. Dynamite deals damage to himself, so you kind of have to worry about the weakened perks that when you create knockback. If you use Dynamite on yourself, and you have the one that, like, deals knockback at 125% when you hit them, you'll do it to yourself. If you'll also do it with the one where if you are over 100%, you'll deal knockback if you use Dynamite. So he will, if you use those, he's gonna do knockback to himself. But that's, you know, that could also just work out for you, because he's just, you play him like an absolute maniac is the best way to play Stripe. It's such a great kit for the type of character he is. I don't know if he has great anti-project, like his up special is a decent anti-projectile, but it has hard setup and it's hard to control sometimes. Like, I'll try to use it on the ground, but it's hard again to angle it. So I think it's one of my bigger gripes with his, like, anti-projectile stuff. His skateboard is anti-projectile too, and it can be a good, like, finisher move. So if you're facing a projectile character going at it with a skateboard is also kind of dumb, where you can kind of keep pushing it. But if you just spike him out of it, he's kind of vulnerable. So you can just kick around his Stripe for a while and hope that they just screw up spiking you, or you're getting spiked. It's high risk, high reward 90% of the time. I feel like he's still good for 2. I don't know how busted, but I feel like he's my 1v1 guy. I like him as like just play him like an absolute maniac, you know? And now, Superman. Superman was the guy I first played. Superman has never been more cool than he has been to me in this game. It's probably because Superman as a character is hard to power level properly, so you kind of just have to throw that out the window, which is what this game has done. He's one of the heaviest characters, right behind Iron Giant, right above Jason. One of the heaviest characters, makes sense. He's Superman. Has a lot of armor on attacks, makes sense as Superman. Has a lot of charge attacks, which can be super handy for spacing and timing things. Also, I guess, anti-armor if you want to have the fully charged armor break thing. I don't use that one too much. I don't find it's that helpful, but he has Ice Breath. It was really good at slowing people down. Decent anti-projectile. They've nerfed it a bit. That makes sense. Like, he could just breathe at you forever. It's like, dang, you would think you'd run out of arrow to his lungs, so makes sense. Laser Eyes were a projectile. They definitely had a nerf in the beta, because he could just spam that stuff. I think the main part Superman starts to struggle is he can kind of, like a Jason, he's kind of easy to juggle. Some of those moves are kind of hard to space. He's like weirdly fast, especially with like his dash and stuff. But he's also weirdly slow. So you can kind of catch him a lot with doing things. You can kind of juggle him easier. He has armor, sure, but if you go at him with a decent anti-armor move, or if you figure out a different approach, oftentimes you can shut that down a little bit. But he's kind of a character where you might want to have an anti-armor setup ready, because he does have some pretty good armor moves. He's got Nair, that is also a decent anti-armor. He's got Down Air, which is a decent anti-armor. He's got Side Special, which is a decent anti-armor. Side Special in the air. Side Special, which is a good finisher. You have to be careful about that. Probably easier to parry than, I would say, Jack's Side Special. His Ice Breath also will do the Ignite perk thing. It's crazy. But yeah, besides that, he's just kind of easy to juggle. I think is his biggest downside, but I don't know. I feel like he's a really good 2v2 character besides that. It's hard to say how much better though, because he can take so much damage too. Like, even if you're not necessarily hitting people with Superman, you can take so much damage, and yeah, that could be a lot when you're like you're just wearing down their fist with your face. So I like his kit still. Even when I'm fighting him, I don't hate him. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Soon. Now we go to Joker. Joker. So, heaviest guy in the game. Heaviest DC guy. Then, I think Joker weighs about as much as Black Adam right now, which is a little weird. I think Wonder Woman. Yeah, Wonder Woman is like one of the heavier characters. I can't remember if I think she's above Garnet. It's a little weird to me, but yeah, she's one of the... Joker is like, yeah, he's like in the range of, I think, Banana Guard. Black Adam weighs less than him now, so Joker is kind of heavy. I might have to double check that testing, but I'm pretty sure Joker probably has a similar weight value now as like a Banana Guard. He has good disjoints with his side special. He has rocket launcher on the side special on the ground. He has cards, which are a pretty good projectile to just throw out and keep people off guard. He has decent anti-armor, I'd say, with his... I think his neutral special breaks armor, neutral special in the air, and down attack on the ground. I think they both do. I could be wrong on that, though. I have to double check that. I feel like he has some decent anti-armor at least. Nothing crazy, but he also has like a good amount of projectiles. Balloon rings people out better than Harley's up special. Like when I talk about the sexist stuff, you know, just kidding, LOL, not really, I guess. Because like that balloon does damage. Not to mention you can combo into it pretty well too. It's like a very simple like jab, jab, up, tilt, up special. And it hits so hard, it feels a little bit too reliable. It's kind of like Jason side jab to side special. It feels a little bit too reliable. And Joker just feels like he's got a lot of good moves. Pogo is just funny to utilize. I do like playing him, but he does feel a little gross. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably fitting for Joker to be an annoying butthead, but kid-friendly. I don't know how busted he is in 2s, though. Like, it's not like he has, like, super gross anti-armor. Doesn't really have anti-projectile stuff, that I think about it. He's got a lot of solid moves. He's just a guy who kind of keeps you off your butt. So, or on your butt. Hi, what's up? I gotta go look for phone and stuff, guys. Okay, I'm back. I'm also probably gonna do a little bit of lunch stuff here in a little bit. I might... I'm still probably be talking about the game at that point, so I got a lot to unpack here, you know. But yeah, Joker. I'm talking about Joker. Let me keep my ear off of my grade, make sure it doesn't explode or something. Yeah, I think because I guess Joker doesn't have like a whole lot of great like super anti-projectile. Like I feel like when fighting him, projectiles are things that can kind of get off a lot easier. That's not to say his own projectiles aren't something to deal with, but lacking the anti-projectile stuff, I still think he's really good. Black Adam's weight might actually almost make him come like down here a little bit. Probably they also nerfed the size of his clap too, especially with how much hit stun it would have and hit pause with it too, so it would just catch multiple people pretty easy. So it's like one of the best nerfs in the game, man. He breaks armor and that stuff, so. I think it breaks projectiles too. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've broken a projectile with him. Like, dang, this just does everything. I don't hate it necessarily now, but well, maybe I do. It's been a while since I faced Black Adam, but yeah, I feel like Joker's really good. I don't know where I'd put him for 2v2s, but he feels really good as a whole. Like one of the best characters, at least for 1v1s, I want to say, but I feel less informed on that. So even though this is the main mode, you would think that would be easier to figure out, but... And now for Gizmo. So, Gizmo has... In the beta, Gizmo, when I was doing ranked, there was like fight Finns regularly, and I would have to do twice as much damage to break even with them. So I just got used to just sitting myself in and just winning a battle of attrition. Where it's like, I'm just gonna keep hitting you, and eventually you're gonna get tired of me hitting you. This game, they gave him some kill moves, like his up special rings out a bit better. His up air rings out a little bit. That move is stupid. Side special with the umbrella rings out better. Car more reliably rings. I feel like I could never get Car to ring out properly with him. I don't know what it was. It didn't seem. It's hard to jump to it sometimes. Umbrella is also an anti-projectile. It's an approach option. It's a combo finisher. Down air is like a good anti-project or down attack on the ground. It's a good anti-projectile. No, it's a good anti-armor. It throws out little music notes, so that can kind of cause weird hit stun for characters. And it's a ledge guard, so his butt bomb is the best butt His down special, butt bomb, best butt bomb in the game. Iron Giant has second. It's actually not that good. It's mostly cute. And one of the main reasons why it's not that good is because a character with this much mobility being able to spike people is insane. So I can see why they don't have him do that, because he can, that's the thing, when he's recovering, he can hang out there with his umbrella. He's maneuverable in general, just being small. He has the arrow, which is probably the best projectile in the game, at least now. They had to nerf it. They really had to nerf it, because it was like five arrows he could shoot, plus he gets a refund for hitting them with the ignited part, which isn't really that hard to hit with. So, like, most of the time you're better off charging up your bow and waiting for the right moment and then shooting. So yeah, having a refund on full charge, that was ridiculous. He was too busted. Popcorn is one of the best walls in the game, give or take, and a decent anti-air, not great. Popcorn and singing notes are the best wall in the game, I would say. Apparently if you dodge through it, it kind of negates the music notes, which makes sense. That'd be too obnoxious. So you have to kind of be careful with some of that stuff too when you're playing as Gizmo. It's a really good, he kills so many people with their knowledge alone of how to deal with him. Up air is probably one of the best juggle tools, I would say, because if you try to dodge through it, it has 2 attacks, and if you mistime that dodge, oftentimes you can get hit. Or actually, maybe it's because people try to act right out of it. Like, you have to dodge and not act, which the dodge, the way they set up dodging, where you dodge through a maneuver and they try to be actionable, is a little weird to me. It's one of the main reasons Jack was hard, because of his spacing and his ability to poke. Particularly in 1v1s, you would dodge through him, and you have to be careful about not acting too fast, because if his hitbox is still lingering, you get hit. But you also have to make sure you space through him a bit, because you don't want to wait too long, because if you wait too long, he's just gonna mash a jab out of you, you know? It's that kind of stuff that I feel like with Gizmo's up air makes it a bit more powerful than it has to be. Which is also one reason I would say attack, move, lockout kind of makes sense. Like, if Gizmo could do up air to up air, like they dodge through up air and he just up airs again, yeah, attack, move, lockout makes sense there, I think. So that's an instance where, like, attack, move, lockout I think makes sense. At least do the scaling thing with it, you know, so that if they do hit it, they're not getting launched. But yeah. So with all those considered, he's got pretty good anti-projectiles, he's got pretty good anti-armor, he's got like one of the best projectiles in the game, he's got some ledge traps, he's got some decent kill moves. Kara can just blow up people because they have to be worried about the angles of it. I think he's up here. Like, I think he's the best support you can have. The main downsides he has is sometimes he lacks the ability to rack up damage, and he's light. But I feel like compared to Arya for being... Where did they put Arya? Yeah, I feel like compared to Arya for being light, he's more maneuverable, has better projectiles to cover himself with. Similar thing with Harley. She doesn't really have a lot of... Like, these two characters in disadvantage feel like they're just weaker, whereas Gizmo feels like he has one of the best disadvantages in the game. At least in 2v2. Sometimes it can be hard to get momentum in a 1v1, but I feel like in 2v2 his ability to work around his partner with maneuverability and everything else makes him a monster. And that's where I put him. So yeah, that's how, and he's my main for a reason, you know. Like, I mean, I probably would have mained him if he came back similar as last time, so I might have been more sad still, you know, fighting Jason, but he's a little more usable now. I mean, I guess they had to give him kill moves when they had someone like Jason. Like, that'd be terrifying. So that's my tier list. And now I'm gonna put top 5 2v2 characters. Yeah, that's it. Whoopsie. Or maybe I'll play a little bit here too after this, but we'll see. Top 5 characters in 2v2. Make it pink. Because I can. Top 5 characters in 2v2. Also... I'll just, you know what? I'll just delete this one. You know what? Let's even this. No, we gotta really separate the men from the boys, the women from the girls, the parents from the children. He says as he puts 2 children into the top 5. Yeah, I think these guys are top 5 2v2. These are the guys you want to... It's not a bruiser in here, huh? It probably doesn't matter. There's 2 tanks. 3 tanks. 2 mages. Alright, so where's characters? I'm going to... For 2v2. For 2v2, by the way. 2v2. I feel like he's better than Garnet, right? In 2v2. Like, I know my 2v2 rank isn't great with Gizmo, but like, that's because I'm bad, okay? I haven't been playing much, too, okay? Like, at 387 isn't terrible, but like, I feel like that's because I'm playing Gizmo, you know? I feel like that's why, so. It's so hard with Iron Giant. He's too big. It's too hard to play on 2 as I'm saying it. Feels a little tough to play. Yeah. I think that makes... Yeah, I want to kind of separate just a little bit here now. I think this is good. Yeah. I think it's good. This is also maybe why, you know, maybe don't necessarily nerf these guys. Try to bring these guys up first. I feel like if I were to give suggestions for Garnet, give her some more synergies with Lightning. She's not able to combo into things. I'm not even sure how you fix that. I mean, maybe she is. Maybe she has some great combos, but I feel like, no, she's like a hit him away and then chase him kind of character, and it doesn't work out super great for her. She also has a good projectile, but it's hard to make it useful because once you shoot it out, it starts moving, but you start moving too, so you're both moving as it goes somewhere. Star situational. It's just a lot of weird stuff with her to kind of work together. Like, some of her best moves are kind of locked with or around cooldowns, and Banana Guard too, he's a little bit too straightforward, a little bit too simple. Harley kind of too light and doesn't lack enough defensive options. Velma is a swordy trapped in a mage's body. So Agent Smith, what would I say? Yeah, if Harley had maybe like a better anti-armor or anti-projectile, one or the other, I think she would be a little more viable in 2v2. But otherwise, without those, I feel like she just doesn't have enough. She doesn't have ring out power. She doesn't have enough projectile potential. She has like decent traps, but like, I feel like this guy's crazy with traps. This guy's got some decent ways anyway. So he has a whole being. Bugs has a safe and a rocket. Well, so like traps compared to those, like yeah. Plus his cooldown stuff on rocket is pretty good. Like with his ears thing, it's a pretty good like defensive maneuver. Like, she's not bad when she's getting ledge trapped, but otherwise I don't feel like she's great in disadvantage. Like, if she's below you when at disadvantage, I feel like she's in a better spot, but when she's above you, I feel like when she's getting juggled, I feel like she struggles a lot. So, like, her boxing glove too is a decent, like, way to kind of catch people because you dodge through it and then you hit them with it, and I think that's a nice thing for a mix-up, but it's also a little bit too slow and lingers a little too long to be super effective, so. Okay. I don't know what I would do for Velma necessarily. I mean, maybe make a lot of her moves a little more flowy. I mean, I was saying, like, I feel like Jake might be more better as a tank. So, like, she might be better as a swordy, I guess. I don't know, a bruiser. Make her more of a bruiser. Because like her neutral projectiles are good, but I feel weird to just kind of throw out because they are so slow, and it kind of throws off her rhythm. I just feel like most of what Velma does is throwing off her own rhythm. Same thing with Garnet. I feel like Harley at least has decent combos, so I think I'm gonna put her higher up though. Yeah, I feel like Harley being able to combo into things and mix up. Yeah, I think that gets her up this tier. Yeah, if anything, maybe put Agent Smith down here. Now I'm thinking about Harley's not that bad for twos. Yeah, I think she's still good. Yeah, I think I'm not giving her enough credit with her traps and stuff, and the fact that she has mix-ups. I gotta remember that part. So, you know what? I'll put her a whole tier higher, right at the top here. Better than Jake, even probably, maybe. Yeah, because her mallet and stuff. Yeah, I think it's more usable. I'm really guessing now, but I think Agent Smith is bottom tier. Yeah, like his gun is a good anti-projectile, so he can kind of like do well against like a LeBron or something. I wouldn't say a Gizmo though. It's too slow to like counter his arrow. Maybe you can shoot the popcorn, so there's that. But it's not like anything egregious. Like he doesn't feel like he has good enough approach options otherwise. Like his dash is awkward to kind of link into itself. It like low profiles, but it's just kind of hard to hit anyways, so it's a cool dash, it just doesn't work most of the time, so maybe fix his dash a little bit. Maybe does he, I guess his neutral attack is an anti-armor. It's a little slow, so he does have that for a neutral armor. But yeah, I think he's a little bit too tough to do much else besides shoot balls. He's fun though. I still like him. I like Velma too, actually. These two maybe I don't like less so who knows what that means. You know, it might not just be, they might be better than I'm giving credit for. Oopsie. Or maybe, dude, I'm bad, okay? Most of these characters matter to me. This is the tier list here, buddy. This is what I'm settling on. Now I'm gonna let that simmer while I prep to get my food, and I'm gonna talk about other stuff, I guess. Maybe turn off my webcam. Cause I already have so much crap on the screen, man. Oh man, I'm gonna leave this tier list here so people can judge me accordingly. Heck yeah. As Twitter intended, that's a better one. Twitter hates justice. Probably. Heck yeah. Why does it put you right there? How big do I want to make you, buddy? You don't even know. Oh, heck yeah. This music's a bangerang. Put it right there, heck yeah, brother. Heck yeah, brother. What you gonna do? I can't see. I got my stupid camera. I'm not even using it. Get my camera out of the way, me. Too smart. Alright, too smart, buddy. You don't need this camera right now. Crap, I have too much crap on my desk. Oh no, there's too many cables for nothing. Actually, I have it on the too. Actually, nothing. Now I can see. I've been blessed with sight. There we go. Crap, I am really bad at this. What is my brain? What is my brain doing really now? What's it doing? Alright. I mean, I don't need this much space, do I? You know what? I'm switching my scene. Why is it? Oh, it looks like that because of the FPS stuff. Crap, no, get that out of here. I'm not, it's because of the display ratio. I need to put it full screen because I'm going to talk about the game directly now. And not just a weird tier list. Ole, welcome. Oh, early. No, it's 4:20. Huh. YOLO. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Welcome home. Alright, well, I'm going to go grab my grub from you. There we go. Yeah, I'll grab my grub, guys. Ooh, one more thing now. One more thing. So I can do this. Boop. No, wrong thing. Boop. I'm gonna crop it real good for you guys, too. So I'm sure you guys are really worried about that part. These guys. Yeah, right there. Probably like. No, wait, not that. I'm not sure why. I don't know. Oh yeah, make sure to pin these images, man. You can't lose this. There we go. We did it. We did it. There, and that's the best tier list you ever ding saw. Oh, I'm just gonna doing it like that. I know, put it. Watch, stop moving around weird, buddy. Okay, super good at this. Let's put this right here. Actually, I'll put that down there. You guys only see my stinking high FPS. Yeah, it's perfect. Love to see it. Alright. Okay, now I'm going to get stretched. I'm going to talk a little more about other parts of the game too. So that's my tier list. That's what I like about characters, how I feel about a lot of characters. So, this is going to vary from person to person. Again, I'm a 2v2 kind of guy. I don't like where that's going to be covering up my boy. Hold up. I'm a 2v2 kind of guy. I'm a zoner. I'm a Jigglypuff main, as some of you might know from canon. I can go to. Let's put that right there. Yeah. Now I'm doing. That's my tier list. Okay. Kirby. Alright, my chumps and champs, I'm back. I forget what part I'm doing next. We're doing the battle pass. So we're gonna... My music stopped, hold up. It's very rude of it to do so. Where are you? I found it. More K-Trope. Don't worry, we'll get a Giga Chad remix here in a little bit. Apparently can be demonetized. But it seems fine to use as long as yeah, I don't claim rights or anything. You know, I'm allowed, I guess. Alright, so we're gonna get to the battle. Actually, no. There's other things I want to look at here. Actually, we're gonna start getting to. Ooh, while I'm at it. So season 3 ranked has begun. This, I will say, with this screen, this is a little confusing for me as a returning player. I'm not sure what it's like for new players. I might also be dense when it comes to things like this, but I do kind of struggle with kind of just going through this and understanding what I should be looking at. Because like I'll be like trying to figure out something about the event, and I just get confused by reading this, and I go to check it out, and it goes here. Not this one specifically. I forget even what it was, but like yeah, the way these events kind of get plastered on you when you first enter, it makes sense though. I don't know another way they would do that, so that's probably more of a me thing. Also, and like getting variants of each type if I can, you know, because I wanted to have one as a mage, so that's Rain Dog. Bruiser, so I picked LeBron. Tank, I picked Batman. I mean Iron Giant. Ari as an assassin also because she didn't have one. They picked him because he has villainous guy. I don't want to use him more and get him a sick outfit. So these two just have outfits finally. So it's ununique. I also have a free thing in the store to get, so I guess I'll grab that. This free thing is nope. Save it for later. We're going to. I think I'm gonna go to perks. I kind of boned myself a little bit with perks. Like here, well that's probably fine. Okay. Ooh, I need to move that out of the way actually. Okay, let's go back to you. Yeah, it's having a little bit of issues since I put it back into full screen. It's fine. It's fine. So with perks, I haven't been able to buy everyone because I had a bunch of perks and I got tired of buying them, and then I just bought a lot, and then I realized a lot of them kind of bad, and I really didn't need to. I do like some of these, some of the design they have for some of these perks. I will say Agent Smith's gun here. This seems like I don't know if I'm ever going to use that. It just never. Yeah, it really doesn't seem that relevant. I guess you could do it for like certain missions, but that's only for rich stuff too. That's more effective to put it in. If you're gonna do certain missions, like hit with the sweet spot. So this is kind of good. Like a lot of these perks are like just on the cusp of being really good, which makes them kind of not very useful. So I'll use the 5% stuff. I don't know how common this is for people, and maybe I'm just using them poorly, which I would not doubt at this current time. But I will say with some of these perks, like this snowball effect, you do 7% more damage with the enemy that has the highest damage. 1v1, that's just always the enemy. 2v2, it's one of the enemies, so that can still be useful. So it's effectively half the time you're hitting the enemy. So like that's a good perk. This is like with projectiles, so like Harley I know benefited from this a bit. Velma doesn't as much anymore because a lot of her things don't register as projectiles. Still kind of does, but not as much as it used to. Here's the motivations. This is kind of handy because it affects both players, I'm pretty sure at least. So that if you get wrung out, you'll have 50% more damage boost. And your teammate also has more damage boost. So that isn't bad for a 2v2. It's also, I guess, not terrible for like free-for-all or single player or whatever, 1v1. It's not necessarily the greatest thing ever, but it's not bad for like the fact that you can get it on 2 people at least. So press the advantage is kind of nice if you're fighting heavier characters, I would say, like a Superman. Sometimes enemies you just can't quite get a hold of, like having this ready is kind of nice. Your team gets armor for 1 second after parrying a projectile. First of all, if you parry a projectile, what are you doing with your life? Second of all, 1 second is just basically covering the parry. Like, it's like if the parry works, but you're still getting hit. Maybe because the projectile is still going because it's a heavy projectile. So, but even then, Bug's projectile will break that. Like, this is just, I just don't, this is so situational for something you just should not be doing, really. Like, there are better things for projectiles than parrying at this point. Especially because you parry some projectiles and it doesn't do anything, so that's the reason I figured I'd mention that. If anything, what you should get is if you dodge through a projectile, you get armor. I feel like that would just make a lot more sense, because oftentimes you can kind of get hit by the attack if it's like a heavy rocket, so at least make me pretend that I'm doing something with this, man. But yeah, parrying, like, that's just, yeah, I feel like that would be much better too, especially if you are facing like a projectile spammer and you go to dodge in and their partner's also doing a mashing out attacks. Like, have us when you dash through, like, they at least have to prepare an anti-armor, you know, something like that. So if you're gonna, I think that would be a better way to do it. And this is just me as playing Gizmo, a man who knows he has to use a bow and arrow for approaching in 1v1s. Like, that's like my only approach option in 1v1s that I know right now. This is, yeah, I think this makes a lot more sense. So that's my take on perks right there. Or that perk right there. I have a lot of takes on perks. Your team receives armor for 2 seconds after respawning. Situational. At best, this covers your ability to attack quickly on approach, so that if you're going to, because oftentimes you have invincibility, but the moment you attack, you lose that invincibility. So then players will come in with this maneuver, and they'll use armor for that. But if you do an anti-armor, then it's like, okay, I'm gonna just prepare an anti-armor attack for when you're like a shaky crazy legs works great against this. Is basically it. So, and it's so situational. Upon respawning, it only affects I guess it doesn't your team, so that can still be useful. You know what? That can be useful. I'm not gonna cut that one out completely. That can actually be useful if your team does, especially because it's a 1v2 situation. So, you know what? I don't totally hate it. I wonder. I'm gonna walk the Stairmaster. Oh man, that stuff's not safe for work. Do you guys see that? Only a little bit. Whoopsie. Multiversus perks. God, this stuff is spicy. I'm on multiversus perk tier list. I don't know if they're gonna have everything as a thing. So, You know what? I've changed my mind. I'm going back to a different scene. Going back to 4, guys. We need to do it. We need to do it for justice, guys. Also, well, man, let me show this video. Man, I'm so bad at this right now. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so these are the old perks. So this will be interesting to kind of just... I'm still going to try to use these. Just to kind of... just to use them as a... Oh, man, I got to put this thing back in the window. Get diggity dang, man. Get diggity. Ah, diggity dang. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, so I need to boot that super low res. There we go. I can't see squat on it again. Just so you like it. I guess I'm going back to this now. We're gonna do the perk tier list. I know this is gonna take me a while to get through. I didn't quite fathom. There's a lot of stuff to unpack in this game, alright? There's a lot of cool things here. I know it's been poo-poo dookied on by a lot of people, and some of it's rightfully so, but I feel like there's other aspects where it's a little much. And I think a lot of people just disagree on what those even are. Like, some people are going to say it's casual stuff, some people are going to say it's competitive, you know, character balance, skins, cost of the game, etc. So there's a lot of things that are, you know, there's things objectively wrong with quite a few of those things that I even said, so my free-to-play stuff is going to affect a lot of that, so... But yeah, anyways, point is, there's still a lot of cool stuff here, so there's a lot of stuff I want to get to with it. Man, that's some good Giga Chad remix there, huh? Alright, so, I'm gonna try to... Yeah, save changes. Alright, so, Ignite. I would say, as far as a perk goes, I'm gonna put Ignite up here. That's Flammable Doc. I just call it Ignite. Maybe I should refer to it there or something. That's Flammable Doc. You know, let's go to a character who actually has these perks. I know who has these perks. Look at his Valentine's outfit. He's so proud of how colorful it is. I need a pink skin, guys. I need a Gimmo pink skin ASAP. I gotta get all his skins. That's right, I'm gonna shill for it. I'll do it. Don't test me, Tony. Alright? Alright, Tony? Wait, is this the right scene? They're both pretty good scenes, you know what? I'll use this scene. I gotta move my stupid face out of the way though. Mute face. No, I put it right here. Yeah, I'll do it like this now. Why? I don't know, man. What am I looking at? Frick, I forgot. Gotta go to Opera. Yeah. I gotta go Multiverses and Opera. Okay. So, that's Flammable Doc. Let's get back here. It's so weird. So, that's Flammable Doc. I would say it's S tier. Possibly the best, one of the best perks. Possibly the best perk on here, I'll say. If you have a projectile character, this can be good for getting a lot of damage, especially because if you're playing any combos with your projectile attacks, it's just super handy to have. I feel like it's almost a little bit too good compared to other perks, but I also want them to nerf it. I just want them to have some better perks, honestly. So yeah, this was good in the beta. When it comes to perks too, like I feel like a lot of these perks, they weren't like this perk right here. Like, I forget what it did, but it allowed you to have more defense standing next to your ally, and I feel like that was a nice perk to have compared to other perks. So I'm a little sad they kind of got rid of all of these, particularly because they just didn't really have any good perks afterwards. So, and I kind of like I kind of like the idea of having a little more variety, or at least a little more use out of the ones we do have, because yeah. But I would say Ignite is one of the better ones. Was one of the better ones then, is one of the better ones now, just for dealing damage. It seems like you can really crank up, it's like if you're playing Harley, this can really help balance out her kit to be pretty good. Sturdy Dodger, huh? Oh. Sturdy Dodger. Armor for 1 second after a parry, I don't even think this. Okay, he is on here. He does have something. So, like I said, you should this. I'm putting it here. Like you just should not be parrying a projectile. You just shouldn't. I tested it. You really shouldn't be. It's difficult to say when you should parry for me right now. You definitely shouldn't be parrying a projectile. There are so many. You should be planning something else besides this. Like I said, have it give you armor if you dodge through. I think that would actually give it some value without making it obnoxious. Sure, they're gonna have armor dodging through a projectile, but I feel like that's better than whatever the frick this is. I'm sorry, this perk makes me mad. This is as a Gizmo main, okay? I'm gonna say it again. Gizmo main with the best projectile in the game, the arrow. This perk makes me mad. So this makes me so mad. It might actually make Gizmo a little bit easier to handle than 2v2. I'm just saying. Like, okay, and then this one. What do we got here? Stronger than ever. I'll say it's decent, just because it can help your teammate. Like if they have a disadvantage issue going on, I could see that being decent. I don't want to say it's good. I'm gonna say it's usable. Like I could see a use for it. I don't know if it's worth, say, snowball effect, which is active all the time. I feel in free for all this isn't as good. In 2v2, still good. In 1v1, that's damage, Doc. Like. So, yeah, I'm gonna put it up here. I don't know if I feel like as a whole it's either better or... Like, if you have projectiles, this is probably just as good, if not better. But for everybody, like, this is pretty usable, so... Except for free-for-alls. I feel like this isn't as handy in free-for-alls unless you're really just bullying somebody. Everyone just getting up on Iron Giant. Been playing Iron Giant a lot of free-for-alls, man. That sucks. What am I doing? Why am I doing this to myself? Alright. Here's some motivations. I can see this being more usable. Well, no, I think it's decent in 2v2s. I don't, like, maybe this is also useful in free-for-alls. But even then, I don't think you really want this too much. Can be more useful in free-for-alls. Like, that's the main reason I'm putting it above there. I feel like this isn't super handy in free-for-alls. Like, oh, I'm just gonna start mashing on my way to come back into free-for-all. Yeah, everyone's worried about the armored guy with invincibility. Like, if they are, they're messed up, man. What are they doing to you? Alright. Protective momentum. Now this... Yeah, this doesn't... I don't know what it was before, but... So I think it's decent. I don't think it's great. I think it's decent. Because you have to run for 0.5 seconds. You know, that kind of works. Running through a projectile can kind of work. It takes a lot of, like... I guess it takes a lot of restraint just to make sure you're running and timing your stuff properly. So I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's great just because the follow-up often requires you to take an action after you pass the projectile. And sometimes that's just hard to do. I find a lot of times in 2v2, sometimes if you're having trouble staying grounded anyways, it can be tricky. Actually, I'm putting A. I feel like for certain characters, like Jason Voorhees, who also breaks, that's another thing I think is good about Jason, which I didn't mention earlier actually. His running attack destroys projectiles, which is like, oh yeah, that's a good approach option. Those kind of fits. Like people are shooting Jason with a gun and he's just running through it. Yeah, I think it fits for Jason. So that's like a lot of small things about characters' kits that I find interesting, but I won't try to get on that too much more. But I think for certain kits it can work out pretty well too, because then you just have a lot of projectile protection during that. Maybe even pair with armor break too, so you were just able to mow people down with your dash attack as a utility option. So I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's nearly as good as these two. Like this, like what this does for projectiles, this doesn't do enough against. So, in my opinion, press the advantage weakened. This could be good against fighting against heavies. Could be good for people you're just having a hard time keeping up on. Maybe you're having time catching them, so your moves are just kind of staling, so you're just having trouble trying to actually knock them back. Which one best exemplifies that? I guess this will work for it. So I think it can be pretty good. I might put it there. I'm not sure. I'll put it there for now. I'm gonna use this for the press the advantage. Like, I feel like this is, yeah, it's pretty good. I could definitely find myself wanting to use that even as a gizmo fighting a heavy character. This could be really handy because oftentimes I am juggling them in a 1v1 and stuff like that. So this could be a pretty handy tool for some lighter characters facing off against big guys. So yeah, I'll put that there. It is nice to have damage though, is the thing. So that's why it's hard to be like, yeah, you should totally have this, because you have to get them there first. And sometimes that's not easy. Ugh. I think I got rice on my nose, guys. Alright, so these are like the team perks. These are the I don't know what strong perks. Team strong perks. These are the strong style. So troll tactics. Troll tactics is really great if you want to go into a free-for-all. Like, you have some PvP taunt missions that you need to do and you just want to go into a free-for-all. And you're like, I'm just going to be Gizmo as an environmental hazard. And you're just taunting the whole time. Everyone's just enraged the entire time. You throw up popcorn, they run into that. And you're just an environmental hazard that match. And you get your missions done, you know? Instead of being like, I'm just gonna taunt in between, you know, in between socks, you know, maybe I'll taunt and I'll teabag to really make them mad. Like, no, I'm going all in. We're troll tactics. You know, if we got a mission for it, we're going all in. It's a really good way to disguise your toxicity as a PvP mission. Now, is it a good perk? I don't even know what I'm going to use to represent it. Like, I'll do this one. Is it a good perk? No, it's not a good perk. Not good for you, at least. It's not good for you. This is troll tactics. This is not a good perk. Speed Force. Speed Force is handy. Speed Force feels handier than I feel like I realize it. Like, I feel like I'll be playing a character and that 5% is noticeable sometimes, and oftentimes I always want this. Especially, I guess, if I'm playing a spacing game, Speed Force is just handy. So, and as somebody like you, like, plays the spacing game, is handy. But also, if you're fighting a guy who's like a rushdown character and has Speed Force on, you're gonna want Speed Force to get away. Like, it's just, I think it takes too much priority to the point it makes it almost the best perk in the game at times. But maybe not that good. It's really good though. I think it's really good. I think it's, if I want to have mobility on any character, which most characters I do, I feel like I'll want this for almost any character. Oh yeah, I should put this above that's flammable dock, because this is more for projectile characters. So it is more situational, but I still say it's better than this for the characters you can use it on. Okay, so now we have Last Stand. Handy for almost any character, actually. I don't want to say every character, because all the lighter ones can struggle, especially in like a 1v1 against a Jason, like I was saying. But it can be handy even for those characters if they're like last stock situation and you're running, like say even as a Gizmo, because Gizmo disadvantage isn't bad, so he can force people to overextend as they're trying to chase him. So that it can be an actually useful tool. Or in other instances where I'm playing Gizmo and Jack and Batman are both ganging up on my girlfriend Harley, it's like, well, I'm just gonna be chasing you now, so now I want speed. So it's useful. Situational, but I think it's still useful, because weaken is just a nice thing to have to finish people off. So, and if you're at disadvantage, this can be a good tool. If you find yourself you're gonna be at disadvantage a lot, last stock situation, it's a good tool. Collateral damage. So 1 damage is kind of a lot. Yeah, it can kind of stack up pretty fast, particularly if characters who spike. But it's hard to say it's really more useful. I keep trying to use it at times. Like Stripe, I feel like it's useful, especially because he can't do the weaken stuff, so it's kind of handy for him, because he is down air. is pretty strong. It's not maybe Tom and Jerry strong, but it's pretty strong. So if I want to add like one more damage onto that, that's a decent amount of percentage onto that attack. So it's kind of like making do with the fact that we don't have up and away, which I kind of miss these perks too. Like these were perks I thought were kind of nice. Like if I know of a character who rings upward more, yeah, this was nice. I would have almost much rather seen this go away, Snowball, and they kept like more of these ones then. More of the directional damage ones, and get rid of like the absolutely busted Snowball or the absolutely, I don't know if I want them to nerf this, but absolutely busted Snowball feels absolutely busted. So yeah, but collateral damage, I think it's situational. I think you can use it a bit. I think it's probably about as situational as this one. I might even just put these more down here, because I feel like this is, well, no, weekend is for both players too. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Yeah, maybe weekend goes up here. Yeah, I think we put weekend up there. It is probably more useful for more characters. Probably more useful than 100. Yeah. Well, that's still, it's hard to say. It's hard. They're you know, I think this makes more sense though for the versatility of my characters. You can really make use of it. Airwalker. This overrides your aerial parry, which I don't think is a terrible thing. It's a big giveaway. This isn't a bad perk. Like, it's good for combos and stuff too, especially. It just feels a little underwhelming still. I'm gonna use triple jump as it, I think. Yeah, so it's technically a triple. Technically, if this was actually triple jump, it'd be top tier, baby. Yeah, but Airwalker, a lot of cost. You kind of lose out on parry, which you're not necessarily missing too much of, but it feels less useful than parry unless you are a combo character. Like, I might put it more, like, I think it's useful for certain characters. Probably more useful than, yeah. So somewhere up here maybe. I don't know how useful compared to these two, but I feel like it's alright. It's not something I found myself ever wanting to use, because again, I want speed. Maybe even 100. Maybe in collateral damage. Like, I haven't really found that one yet. Too fast to block. Too fast to block. Too fast to block. So this breaks armor with your dash attack. It's kind of dependent. Oop, bumping my, keep on my mic. I'm sorry, guys. Certain characters I feel like do better. Like I was mentioning before about how Harley Quinn's dash has a little bit of startup. Like, I don't feel like it'd be good for her. Batman also, they made his dash attack do this anyway, so it's like, oh, so you're adding value to Batman's dash attack that it doesn't really need, and then giving him down tilt, which is just gives him two different good approach options, and then you add armor break onto the second attack that is in no world anybody going to use. They're just going to use the other down attack that kills really easy. Like, so I'm a little salty about what some of the stuff they're doing with Batman, but anyways, it's still, I think it's pretty good. Situational, depends on the attack. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to use this well as Gizmo. At best, I'm trading, but most of the time his dash attack is not beating people out. Same with his jab. That's another thing with Gizmo. His jab and his dash attack don't feel very good at, like, trumping out things, so. I mean, you still can with dash attack and that, but with Gizmo, like, but I'm never using dash attack on an armored attack. Like, I don't think I've encountered an armored attack with Gizmo that this would help him. So, like, he's using something else for that armor. So yeah, it's situational to the point. With how dash attacks on a lot of characters work, very, very situational. So I feel like this would be better because there's more projectiles in this game, which I like. I like the fact that there's projectiles. There's a lot of stuff like that going on. I like how that can synergize with teams and stuff too. That's one of the biggest appeals to me in this game. So, and that is too why I want more anti-projectile perks too. Like, I don't just want more projectile buffing perks. I want, like, anti-projectile perks, you know? I want things to kind of mix that up more too. I don't necessarily want to get rid of projectiles, maybe do better anti-projectile stuff too. So that's like Jason getting a charge attack where he can break through a projectile. Like, I want more of that rather than just removing more projectiles, if that makes any sense. Add more utility more than taking it away, you know? Anyways, that's where I'd put... Yeah, wait, this is actually the triple jump. Dang it. I can't even afford it. Oh, man. Well, what do we do with Airwalker, huh? I guess this guy kind of looked like Airwalker. So yeah, that's Airwalker now. I feel like I'm putting this too high still. I think I'm putting that too high. I think I'm putting this too high. I think it should be down here with these guys. Anyways, triple jump. So this is after you get knocked back while no jumps remaining, get an extra jump. I feel like this could be super handy. I haven't used it yet, partially because I haven't been able to afford it, which is why I'm kicking myself. But I feel like with certain characters are good. Maybe not so much with like Gizmo, because I feel like he's a character that's rung out more on his weight than his resources. So, that being said, I still feel like this can be pretty good. Especially in a 2v2, if both of the enemy team is like knocking you back, being able to get one of those resources back would be super handy. So I think this perk, I haven't really tested enough yet, but I feel like this perk could be super handy just for those situations too. So that's all the strong perks. Now we have standard perks. Alright, so we have static electricity. Moving on the ground for 4 seconds, your next projectile applies shock to enemies, leaving the ground restarts the timer. 4 seconds is like a year in this game. I thought I was getting this before. No, I was very wrong. This takes forever to do. Like, maybe if you're just running at a wall, it'll work. But, like, I feel like what would actually be better is, after you hit an opponent, or after you apply knockback to an opponent, if you hit them with a projectile, they are shocked, or you apply shock. I think that would make a lot more sense. Kind of like how Ignite is, hit them with a projectile, and then you punch them and they ignite. This would be the opposite of that, so... I think that would be a better version of this, because this is just so... Like, I've heard that a lot of this game is being on the ground, which probably makes sense. I feel like it's probably less than 2v2, because you have to... There's only so much you can have 4 people on the ground and be doing that, so... That's the main thing for me with that, so... In a 2v2 setting, this thing kind of just... Is it better than parrying a projectile and getting 1 second of armor? Oh man, the value. So hard to tell. Such good perk. It's like a wind beneath your wings. This one I don't think is bad, and I think I should try to make a little use of it. That being said, I don't know if it's good. Wind beneath your wings. So, because I feel like with Gizmo I could make use of this when I'm like trying to live off the ledge and then just counter somebody. But again, I think that the jump return is better. This is more for like follow-ups, I think, maybe. Like, I don't necessarily hate this one. I just don't know if it feels situational. Like, I don't want to say it's bad as a static electricity or anything, because I think if you're like being an aggressive player and you're going this deep, like, yeah, I could feel like this could definitely help you. If you're just used to going crazy, going ham like a stripe, yeah, I can see this definitely helping you. So yeah, and I can see myself using this in the near future even. So for that reason alone, I think we're gonna put it up here even. It's just hard for me to say if it's good because I probably want to try it more. These other perks I've like tried to make use of, and it's just like I'm getting diminishing returns the longer I put into it. So that's part of the reason these are down here. So there's that perk, and then we have Pugilist. Your melee attacks deal increased damage. People are gonna be punching each other out in this game. That's all there is to it. People be hitting each other. There's no... Oh, I have to use this for the fist now. Dang. Well, I'm putting this up here. So this was the one they used for weaken before anyway, so I'm putting that there. Yeah. No, was this what projectile? No, this was that. Yeah. This one was the applied weaken, and this one was like dealing more damage from far away. Yeah. Something like that. So So yeah, this is the weekend one now for nobody confused. This is Pugilist, which is a standard attack. I should just use different colors at this point for team. I don't think I could have still, but you guys get what I'm saying. Oh wait, this is weekend. Get out of here, idiot. Known as me. This is weekend. There we go. That was the original weekend. Yeah, Pugilist, which is punching people. It does more damage. You're going to be hitting people in this game with your fist a lot. It's good for every character. You know, it does more damage. It's sometimes very minimal, but it adds up. You're going to be using this. If you equip this perk, you are most likely going to be using this. If you're not, you're playing the game a bit wrong. IMO. Even as a gizmo. Okay, sorry if let me know if I'm having any audio things. I noticed I was having bad peaking before, and now I'm trying to eat lunch. What I'm trying to do is because I'm doing this for so long, I'm just hungry. Hey, okay, what was ahead now? So yeah, I think Pugilist is just anybody can make use of it. Same with the sprint one. Yeah, I feel like just about anybody can make use of the Ignite ones. I'm gonna put. Because Ignite one is going to work better for people with projectiles. Most people do have at least one, but people who use them more frequently, yeah, it's going to be better for them. But that's a good chunk of the class at this point, so. So I'll still put it top of A. It's almost in its own tier of like between S and A. Like, it's just so good on its own, but like when you're making use of that's flannel dock, you're making use of that. It's giving you value. Maybe it's just maybe I'm over exaggerating it, but if an enemy dodges your melee attack briefly gains some gray health. I actually started using this with Gizmo because oftentimes I'm trying to just keep people off balance and I'm light, so like even a 2v2 setting I'm like trying to force out dodges so that I can kind of try to burn their resources before I have to engage them fully. So that could be really handy to well, it's not on the right perk. Oh no, it's clear the air. Oh, we're on clear the air. Oh no, it's an even better. Also, this has the same icon as that. They should probably Tony fix that. Tony, good dang good Tony. So where was I? Clear the air. Clear the air. Clear the air. So I know we were just talking about how bad, you know, having armor is after parrying a projectile. You should not be parrying a projectile. Yeah, this is even worse, Tony. So here's the thing. Yeah, you can parry a projectile. It's a high risk, low reward scenario though. One time I parried a Batarang with a bat bomb on it, and Batman got hit by it, and I'm like, yeah, it's so much value, that parry. I parried Bug's rocket, does absolutely nothing except I get hit by the rocket. Like I parry, I stand there for a half second, and then I explode. So it's better than troll tactics. We will give this better than troll tactics. Should you use this? No, you should not. This is a horrible anti-projectile perk. Like they need to fix projectiles in particular. They should clarify light or heavy more often, like they did in the beta. I don't know why they're not doing that anymore. They did that before, now they're not. Just like with Batman, his down tilt was turned into his dash attack, and then they put his dash attack back onto his down tilt, but his down tilt also has his new down tilt. So confusing. Like I was paying attention, guys. I saw what you did there. If an enemy dodges your melee attack, briefly gains some gray health. So this, I'm gonna use this one. So yeah, like I was saying with Gizmo a little bit earlier, I kind of like this for Gizmo, just to kind of apply pressure, and because I'm such a light character, it can be handy. But I don't think it's something that's gonna be super handy for most people. Partially because that's like temporary health, which if you're kind of forcing on attacks, you can, in a 2v2 setting, you can kind of get chipped out pretty easy while engaging someone, so it's kind of useful. I would not say it's as useful as like these wings the triple jump thing. Like, I think it's situational. Like, also Pugilist is here too, so your 5%, that 5% extra damage on each hit isn't temporary, so it's not going to just go away suddenly. Whereas this is like, you might not get much value out of it sometimes if you're not actually getting dodges through your melee attacks. If you're, sometimes they might just space out of it, or say you don't get hit, and it's like, okay, well, that could have been 5% extra damage on these few hits I was getting. So yeah, I don't know how long this lasts. Obviously, you probably don't want it to be a I mean, if they made it 1% gray health that was permanent, I could see that being a little more value, kind of like how with collateral damage, but I'm not sure how much that small limit is and how long it lasts. So that's, yeah, kind of the thing. It can be useful pairing with other people who can make use of gray health, like Iron Giant's Thorns. So that's another thing too. But yeah, nothing crazy about this one. Also, it could be useful for on Iron Giant, because Iron Giant oftentimes isn't spacing very well. He has to dodge through things. So poor Iron Giant could really make use of that perk that gives him armor on a dodge instead, or something. I don't know, man. He need Iron Giant, man. He's either just raging, which also, I know I said this about Iron Giant before, but I forgot to finish it up. Like, Iron Giant plays like a Smash Online player. Well, the rage variant is where you just start mashing the whole time. You just aren't thinking about anything, you just start mashing. Because I know I do that every time with rage, because I have not practiced that, because why would you? So I get rage like, I'm just doing a bunch of neutral buttons, I'm doing a bunch of special buttons, we gotta do our tilts, all of our tilts, and I'm just doing that, you know, and if I find one that looks like it's working good at a moment, I'll spam that a little more, but that's what I do when I'm on rage. That's part of the reason I hate it as a maneuver, like button mash. So, but yeah, Blind Spot Killer, I feel like that could be handy. I don't know how handy. Armor Killer. This is... man. Armor Killer. So Armor Killer, if you hit an armored enemy, it'll briefly stop them from using armor. It doesn't seem like it works with projectiles. So most characters who I feel like who would get benefit from this, like Gizmo, who doesn't have good anti-armor perks, like say he can't really use... Gizmo can't make use of Armor Crush that well. He can't make a too fast to block that well. So like, it's a good thing he has a good down attack for anti-armor. But when you compare this Armor Killer to other anti-armor perks, I don't know what it's doing. Like, again, a lot of these perks, I might not just have figured out something for them yet, but like, I hit somebody with this before, and it's like, okay, they can't use armor, but like Burnout does the same thing. Like, forcing them to dodge is kind of better at that point. Probably doesn't stop Wonder Woman. If you hit him with a projectile, it doesn't stop that either. So yeah, maybe for some characters I could see it being better, like Shaggy with his Nair, you know, so that you don't have to trade as much for a little bit with like a Superman. So I could still see it being useful for that. I might use this as the Armor Killer. That's his shield getting broken. He's like, oh no, my shield! Oh god! Oh no! So I can see it being useful. I haven't tried enough yet, so I'm gonna give it some benefit. I have tried a little bit, but I'm gonna give it some benefit of the doubt. Like, it's not good for Gizmo. Doesn't mean it's not bad. I feel like it can still be useful, but I'm having trouble seeing its value. But armor can be something that's tough in this game at times, so I'll give it some benefit of the doubt. But you know what? Because I can't actually see too much. Well, they're not. These are so situational. I don't want like I feel like these work with the playstyle better. These are just like, if you're doing bad, you can hopefully do better. So I'm leaving those in C. Now, Armor Crush. I could see Armor Crush actually being more useful than Armor Killer. That's a big reason I'm hesitant on Armor Killer. Like say with what's his name, Morty Side Air. I think that'd be a decent one. Maybe even Tom and Jerry Neutral Air. I'm pretty sure that memory's broken. Tom and Jerry's Neutral Air. I feel like that's pretty good for that. That seems loud though, huh, guys? Memories broke. Memories broke. Memories broke. Yeah. Memories broken. Memories broken. Oh, it's probably on delay for you guys too. You don't like that, huh? Maybe it's fine. Hopefully it's fine. Actually, I think I fixed that recently. Memories broke. It's probably on delay still. Yeah, I actually think about Armor Crush because there is Armor Crush. I don't think Armor Killer is great. Oh hey, it's that video with the cute cat. Music video. Armor Crusher, fully charged attacks break armor. So yeah, I think this is better for more people than Armor Killer. Just big reason why I'm putting it here. Like Shaggy doesn't need Armor Killer that much, where he might want to. Maybe he might, but it feels more situational than Armor Charge, because I feel like Shaggy's Nair would be the main thing I'd apply that to, and that kind of already does it with Armor Killer. He doesn't have any charge attacks anyways I want to make use of with Shaggy. He's got decent anti-armor anyways. This feels like characters like Stripe, who don't have decent anti-armor, like this could be good for him. Characters like Morty, who doesn't have the greatest anti-armor. So this kind of feels like it gets more value, yeah, as far as I'm concerned. So I forget what some of these things are. This is like too fast to break. Yeah, because he's doing the kick. He's running and stuff. Something. Actually, you know what? This will be less confusing. This is too fast to break now. Change my mind. Alright, so Armor Break. Yeah, I feel like Armor Break is still situational for characters. It's probably better for aerial maneuvers than ground, because standing in one spot, charging up a whole attack to counter Superman, who is already fully armored through his up attack, like, he's just gonna launch you anyways. Like, if anything, it's good for Superman because he has so many charge moves. So like, you give Armor Break to a guy who already has so much armor, it's like, it's a little obnoxious. So it feels pretty good in comparison. If anything, you know, that's why we need a few more perks that might stand out on their own. Like maybe if Armor Killer was less reliant on being a melee hit too, I guess. Maybe some other part, I don't know. I wish I knew, man. Maybe if Armor Killer worked on multi-hit moves instead, you know? That might be too drastic though. Some people already have that. But then again, some people already have a dash attack that breaks armor. But apparently that perk still exists, huh, Batman? I don't necessarily hate dash attack because it breaks armor. It's just so weird to give Batman that at this point. It's weird it's on him is the main thing. It's weird they gave it to him. Where am I? Okay, I am down there. So yeah, that's my perk tier list. I would like to see some more perks come back. Like I said before, like a nice perk that changes your parry to a shield, I think would be good. I understand why they got rid of the ones that like reduce rebound and or reduce bouncing. And oh, another thing too, there's auto-teching in this game, and I don't like that mechanic. Like, it's okay at best, it doesn't mess me up too much. But I don't think it should be automatic. If anything, make a perk to make auto-teching automatic. I think that would be better, and if anything, you might have to hold down the R. You can buffer a shield or a dodge input to get out of it to auto-tech. I think that would be a better idea for a perk. At least if you're gonna have auto-teching, because I really don't like auto-teching. Or even a perk for like repeat move lockout, you can remove that. Like if you really want to spam one move, you can take a repeat move lockout perk. I don't like people spamming one move, partially because I mean, one is, it can be a little annoying. Two, it gets, if you know the counter to it, it gets kind of boring after a while, because like it can be boring sometimes. I have them repeat it, and I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna frying pan you there. Well, I'm just gonna shoot you with a rocket launcher, you know. Like if you're just calling it out. So I don't necessarily like move spam like that, but I feel like maybe giving that as an option to like repeat move lockout instead, you know, causes staling. It doesn't just not come out. Or you could just repeat moves. You negate repeat move staling. Like it's like Spammer Man or something is what you can call the perk. The man who spams is the name of the perk, and then you can remove your repeat move lockout. You know, I think it'd be kind of nice, in my opinion. You know, I like also the perk with the shield parry, because I know I don't like parry. I'm not sure what other people think of it, but I feel like it's just meh. More distinction on projectiles, better anti-projectile perks go with 2. I think like we have some pretty good projectile perks. I mean, ignite is the one. Yeah, the static electricity thing, I think do the reverse, where if you're hitting somebody and then you shoot them, they take shock. I think that would be that would be a little bit, that would be overpowered. You would definitely have to nerf ignite a little bit. Yeah, because then you could just do both. Yeah, that might be a little. I still think it's a better idea than whatever this is. All right, whatever's going on with static electricity here, like. I don't know, like, I guess if you're in between stocks at a 1v1, that's great. You know, Gizmo's just gonna start rubbing his butt on the ground like a dog, taking care of his anal glands on the carpet, you know what I'm saying, guys? Also, that just reminded me, hold up, let's go back. I know what Gizmo's crouch, they need to buff, like, I know, we shouldn't buff Gizmo, right? We shouldn't buff Gizmo, but they need to buff Gizmo's crouch where he has a crawl and it's him skidding his butt, alright? I think that is the buff we all know Gizmo needs, alright? I think we can all agree on that. Yeah, maybe don't do whatever I was saying about static electricity, but you know what? If your character can crawl, eh? Hey, if your character can crawl, they get static electricity. That's what you need to give Gizmo, right? If your character crawls on the ground for 0.5 seconds, they get static electricity. I think that's, you know what? I'm convincing myself more. You gotta add more crawling now, but like, I think you gotta buff Gizmo. If you do that and then you buff Gizmo, all right? There's rules. You also have to put my name in the title of the rig. Gotta make sure to put it in there and put the quote Gizmo skids his butt, and then yeah, do it, Tony. I know you're watching this, Tony. All right. Other possible perks. I get why they got rid of the directional influence ones, because you could survive a long time with that. It was probably I didn't hate them. I definitely picked them up. I like the rebound ones for like stage situations like Scooby's Mansion. Like it also felt like a decent counter if people were trying to do a spike game. You could do this too. Instead, now you have auto-teching, which I would much rather have this. So yeah, you know what? Auto-teching, give me auto-teching perk. Instead of making me do it, just give me an auto-teching perk, or reduce rebound even. I kind of like that more anyways, but no, reduce rebound? No, it should be auto-teching. Yeah, auto-teching. You can either tech by holding down, like buffering a button, or you can just auto-tech. You know, if you don't want to worry about it. Just give a little qual lift stuff to the auto tag, you know? Let people go at their own pace. Put up the training wheels on this bad spiky boy. Yeah, it'd be you do that. Not moving right here, I don't know. What other perks? The parry, the projectile shield one. Yeah. This is the parry, the projectile. No, just the shield one, as I'm saying. Yeah, this one is going to be. A blue one. Yeah, well, what you need to do is you need to make shield a parry, I guess. I don't know what to use for that. That's my suggestion. What else am I doing here? I gotta go check what's in Greek. Thought it was smelling something weird, but I think everything's okay. I wasn't sure if something was on fire. Okay, but yeah, I would like to have changing parry to just a shield, a Steve shield even, you know. I kind of would like that. I don't know what other people would feel, but oh yeah, this is the, yeah. I feel like that'd be a nice perk to have, or maybe giving Steve that he only has one shield, but then he gets a shield on his partner too if he takes a perk, instead of just having him do that crazy stuff, you know. It might be a little bit easier to balance him. Now, Mutation Steve, sure, he can do that. He'll do it to his buddy, too. You know, his Watermelon Steve. They both get shields. Watermelon Steve is basically has, like, low stats for a fighter, but comparatively, you know, as high as the other fighters at that point. If you do, like, an async variant, where only Steve is the boss, and you have 3 players fighting him, that's what I want to see from mutators, you know? Async mode. God, I wish I was better at standpoint here. This would be horrible to edit. Okay, any other things I want to mention about perks? I think I'm pretty good. I think I mentioned enough. I think I said a few things a few different times, a few different ways, which I am getting pretty repetitive with some of this stuff, but I want to make sure I'm just saying it right. Maybe character-specific perk things like Rhythm's gonna get you. Seems like it's always just out of use in a 2v2 for me, so it like makes me never use it. Power Cuddle has lost a bit of value, partially because like sure you can charge up your bow quickly, but it doesn't help you that much. You can charge up Popcorn, but you're not using Popcorn for the hit itself. Even down attack, they remove the hitbox on down attack when you're in Power Cuddle, or when you're like when you're on someone's shoulder, and it's just a music note, so it's you don't really have a big reason to charge a lot of his attacks. Like a lot of his attacks are just not that useful anymore, and at least not being charged super fast. Like you're mostly doing it to knock people off balance. You're not really getting a whole lot of value from the damage as far as I'm concerned. Like most of the time I'm more worried about my buddy getting blasted out than anything else, and just having attacks that charge faster don't necessarily help that much. So it was kind of okay before, but it's definitely lost a lot of value now. And then this move, down special, is hard to hit things anyways. Popcorn and Car don't linger out long enough anymore, where I feel like you make use of this, so yeah, I feel like these perks have just kind of gotten stale now. Like maybe this is good for something. I know it wasn't very good in the beta. I haven't tried it a whole lot in the release, but this was pretty bad in the beta if I recall. Like it could be right next to somebody and not do any damage, so it's like, oh okay, well I've got a whole slot here doing nothing. Okay. I don't know if I have too many other suggestions for character-specific perks. I haven't played Arya enough, that's for sure. Yeah, I know I said this thing for Steven. Oh, who's the character I was thinking about? So the Powerpuff Girls I was thinking about something? I don't remember. Yeah, there was a character I was thinking about that should have a different perk thing. But oh well, you know what, I'm just gonna look at Stripe, you know, one of my other favorites. 6 skin, by the way. Yeah, this one here, like you leap off your team's projectiles. This doesn't seem super handy. Like most of the time, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna jump off my ally's projectile, get a speed. I could kind of see that kind of working, but probably just requires more cooperation. And again, like 5% boost to damage, to damage and defense. Like this is so situational. Like I don't think I'm gonna ever want this over more damage and defense. And then this is kind of nice. It does an explosion when they land too, but like I said before, this is weak and stuff, so it's a little tricky for him at times. Any other particular... Oh, I think it was with Banana Guard I was thinking about this. What was it? God, what was I thinking? It was something really dumb I was probably thinking. Something really dumb I was thinking maybe. Maybe it was just a joke. So I'm not gonna get stuck on that too long. Yeah, I think that's most I can mention for perks right now. I think there's probably something I was forgetting, but yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that too much right now. I don't have too many other suggestions with fighters and stuff. Don't have too many other suggestions with perks. Count cosmetics, I will say. Jeepers, that was loud. You guys probably didn't hear that. But I need more pink stuff. I like my pink stuff here, you know. Toasty. We need to get Toasty in the game. Like, I know most people don't like Rain Dog because he's not a real character, but I'm not really that tied to any of the media with these characters. Like, Superman's the coolest he's ever been in this game for me. This guy right here. But, yeah, I don't really give that much of a crap if he just... It's definitely not the media. It's like it's fun to play. That's the main thing for me. So it's, do I want to see certain characters in? Sure. Is it because maybe I like the idea of what kind of dynamic they might bring to the game? Absolutely. Like Poison Ivy, Johnny Bravo. But I also would like to see, because I do like Rain Dog, and I would like to see a lightweight kind of like a Gizmo, but as Toasty. But I also would like to see Scooby-Doo because I just want more quadrupedal characters because we don't have a lot of them yet. Rain Dog's like the only one, which I was guessing before Rain Dog was done as a test to see if they could do a Scooby. I could be wrong about that. Technically, Stripe is kind of quadrupedal. He runs around on all fours a lot. But you get what I'm saying, right, guys? Maybe. But yeah, I would like more pink outfits. Obviously, that's always good. I like what the outfits can do as far as giving you different missions to do. I know I mentioned that before. I think also like I mentioned about alcohol cosmetics, so yeah. Battle Pass. So I know with like the original beta, I didn't have to pay any money to unlock all the characters. I could just do it with grinding. I did spend money on Valentine stuff, and I did use some of that to kind of help you level up certain characters more, like Black Adam. I used his suit for a while there, but you don't actually have to like. As far as I can tell, you wouldn't have to. I mean, yeah, you wouldn't have to pay any money. You could grind it out. It took a very long time to get all the gold. But then they did switch the currency to fighter currency, per currency, and prestige. I'm never using this fighter currency as far as I can tell. But, well, I guess when the next person comes out, which is important to note. Like, there are some things about the system that I think are a little over-exaggerated about, like, the cost to play. I do think Beetlejuice was... It was a little gross with that one at the very least because it was like an early access thing, and that didn't seem like it was very well communicated. Maybe it was, maybe I just missed it, but because I could kind of get the whole early access thing for people who just don't want to go online and troll with them, I guess. You know, like characters who are more serious about it, because that is like the danger of a free-to-play system where characters might just take someone, troll with them, figure out the best ways to make casual people cry, etc. You know, it seems like a very minor thing because you actually have to be able to play good, and it's like Multiverses is a bit different from a lot of other fighters out there, so it's not exactly one you can just pick up and use down special the whole time and win, unlike, you know, Smash Ultimate. So that totally not jaded. Not to say jaded, but I stuttered. So yeah, but yeah, the early access thing with Beetlejuice did feel a little gross. I do get it though, because a lot of people do want kind of like every aspect of this game for free, but free to play is not, you know, non-profit, so they are trying to make revenue. And considering all the voice actors, artists, dev team, quality assurance team, like, I imagine they need to pay these people, and I don't know what the revenue is right now. I'm sure a lot of people do buy a lot of skins, but I don't know what those figures are right now, so I want to kind of reserve a little bit of like, oh my gosh, they're so money grubbing on a system like this, because they will start cutting corners elsewhere if they aren't making good revenue, like with the rifts. I want to see a few more things with that. That'd be a little better. Which actually, yeah, let's go there now. There's a lot of stuff to point out in the rifts. So, Season 3, nap time is over. Oh, I could probably... I guys don't need my tier list on here anymore either. I'm gonna go to... Yeah, I have to change all my stuff again. Alright, turn off up villain, yeah, straight up villain, straight up villain. What am I doing? You guys don't deserve what I'm doing right now. Alright, multiverses, let's go back into full screen here. This is gonna take me it's gonna take me hours to finish. Why am I like this? Alright guys, we're getting to the quality assurance part now. I'll just talk about that. I'm not getting paid for this though, so it sucks. So we have season 3. We have these rift missions they added in here. I'm doing this backwards. Season 1, miscellaneous. Dude, can I do? Dang, I want to do. Oh, I am doing it on experience. Nice. I don't know if that it lets you do that on like crushing and stuff. It doesn't. It's just a tutorial. It's not even scaled. It's weird. So I did like how the risks were done as a whole. I know a lot of people probably got confused when they were saying like, hey, you can't grind this out. It's impossible, which it should have been noted this was like right after season 1 released, and it was still 2 months before Agent Smith was released, so they were saying you could get Agent Smith 2 weeks early. I don't think they realized that didn't mean 2 months early for some people. It was tough. I made a whole YouTube on it, actually. It was tough trying to do it by myself, and I did have help from my girlfriend and stuff too, which was very handy, which is something I actually like about this game. Again, I like the 2v2 aspect. But yeah, this was quite the thing to do single player, which I still enjoyed doing. I did like the challenge. You got to use gems and stuff around that to find ways around it too, so it was pretty nice. I just had fun. Nice. It was challenging, it was engaging, it was a lot of stuff. I liked it though. I'm not sure if I'm the majority there or not, but something in particular too that they added, which I don't blame them for not doing, but like you would log in and you would get a cinematic, and it's like, dang, they're going hard on this and they don't even have to. And obviously they're not going to do that as much now, which does kind of suck, but I really did like the riffs just for the quirky dialogue and stuff too, because let's say you pick your Samurai Jack and you got, oh, look at my sick gold skin, let's go. And so our heroes had found their way out, but first they must face the guardian on the threshold. Yeah, Jason Voorhees, yeah, that's what we would do. It'd be fun. And they'd have weird dialogue like about how Joker's Joker fish. And starting up, wait, this is the wrong rift. But yeah, they would have dialogue like that, and it was fun and it was funny and I liked it. Not all the dialogue was a winner, but it didn't have to be. Plus the battles were different from normal stuff anyways. So Universal Mayhem. Is Stripe at the end? Where the heck is Stripe? Where the heck is this little jerk? Is he on here? Yeah, he's here. So you go here and you're gonna load up your Gizmo and you got your gremlins. This is the part where I was saying too, to be able to do missions with different characters, just encourage you to play different characters. This is kind of the aspect there that I really enjoyed. Like, hey, you got Shark Week and you did a mage. Well, there's Gizmo, you know. And I would kind of pick outfits like that, kind of based more on how they look. But it's like, oh yeah, I could see myself taking this guy out to Shark Week, you know. So that is something I liked about the suits, and they brought missions back about that recently, to kind of really encourage you to use different outfits or different characters again, which I do enjoy doing. That's a part of why I don't mind the repeat move lockout. It's because I don't, like, if you'd be like, hey, stop spamming that one move, it's like, oh, okay, I'll stop spamming that one move, I'll do something different, I'm okay with that. I don't mind not spamming fair and neutral the whole time like a Wonder Woman, you know? Gizmo said from across the stage. But yeah, you could do that here. You got gems too to try to mix up your different play styles. Like for green here, I'd probably pick a bit of shocking stuff for just damage. This is funny too, I guess, if you're a mage, because that's a mission in Rifts for some reason. Triple jumps, it's always good. And then we do that. We get a cinematic every once in a while. You get a cinematic to the intro to that. Should they do this for each one? No, it's probably a lot. That's time and money. You're paying people to do this, so. And until I know how much revenue is actually made on this franchise, keep in mind, lots of voice actors, lots of artists. It's free to play, not non-profit. That's why it's like, hey, if they got to make money some way. So that's why it's hard for me to be Like, no, they totally shouldn't ask for money. It's kind of the nature of a free-to-play. So yeah, that's a big reason why I kind of want to do this video too. I want to kind of point this stuff out because a lot of stuff social media is very knee-jerk reactionary. A lot of stuff in fighting games is very knee-jerk reactionary, and I want to kind of take time for it too. But I also didn't want to evolve into just a 1v1 game. I do like the 2v2 aspect for it, and I want to kind of emphasize that too. Like it's not just casual versus competitive too. It's like team fight versus 1v1s. Like it's trying to bring out something completely different to fighting games in general. At least if you're not including things like Brawlhalla, Smash Bros, which Smash Bros, there are 2v2 aspects of it, but you definitely can't do that online. So I don't get to experience that. And I like being able to play games with people, you know, and not have to necessarily be in the same room because I'm an adult, and also I'm an introvert, and I got health issues. There's a few different layers there, and I didn't want to just be a creepy, weird old guy going to the local college get-together, you know? Like, what's going on, fellow teenagers? Well, I said I'm like basically the Steve Buscemi of memers. Like, I got the teeth for it too, so... And for you people who don't know what that is, just, you know, just look for that hello, fellow kids. Like old man as a teenager, you know, with a skateboard. Hello, fellow teenagers. That's basically me, and that's Steve Buscemi. Anyways, we're talking about Rifts. Let's go back to Rifts. So, that's the stuff I liked about Rifts too. They had different difficulty levels, which can kind of make some of the missions hard, but not always in the ways intended. Like say if you need to you need to like ring out opponents who are lower damage than you. That could be tough to do on a higher difficulty level because it's hard to just ring people out. No, actually it's easier on a higher difficulty because they will oftentimes get you up to higher damage quicker, and you oftentimes aren't doing a whole lot of damage before you ring them out. Like that is actually harder on higher difficulties to an extent. Obviously if they just ring you out anyways, it's just hard. But like they hit you a few times, you take like 20 damage, 40 damage pretty quickly. It's like fighting Shaggy with rage at times, you know? So the higher difficulties, that could be tougher. Well, that could be easier, but on the harder difficulties, take less than 100 damage, good luck, you know? That is, you need a partner on there and somebody who's willing to sponge everything for you. Like, some of these missions were not balanced for later on very well. This is rough, man. There's also a few things with it that make it a little bit trickier too. Like, we're gonna play with you into battle, free your ally from a respawn bubble. So that's like not something you can do there without a friend. However, might I suggest, this might be a little late to do now. Sometimes it becomes you have to flawless them. Yeah, because if they hit you once, you might just explode. Yeah, that's also why for perks, I like auto dodge. So that, hey, he hit me once and I didn't die. Yay. You know? Auto reflect projectile could be handy when they're spamming a bunch of stuff at you, or there's just other stuff spawning, environmental hazards shooting at you. So yeah, that's one kind of, not necessarily a horrible thing. It's not a good thing. It's, you know, it's an interesting thing about how you can try to pair the gems to deal with absolute bullcrap. So there's also certain things that aren't super clear, a little confusing, like these exclamation points, you need banana guard. And then in later stages, also jump rope is like jacked up weird now. Like starts off super fast at like the highest speed, and then it slows down a lot, and it would just ring me out at one jump because it was so confusing. So like I like a lot of the, you know, so far I like a lot of the presentation they did with a lot of the earlier riffs at least. But what do I want to look at? What was it? It was something about some missions that are tougher to do. You know what? Instead of doing that right now, I'm gonna go back quick. Because I was talking about how like this game has different modes that can kind of still be helpful to give you some skills to learn how to do certain things. This is a target shooting range, which you have to like shoot balloons that are floating up and sometimes targets that fly by. It's basically, you know, it's a little bit like, no, it's not break the targets. It's a mini game, is the best way I can describe it right now. I was going to try to compare it on Smash Bros, but it allows you to kind of work on spacing a little bit, like timing your projectile to hit where another projectile is moving. And I feel like that's a valuable tool sometimes to understand spacing and timing. So it's not like an unusable mini game. Like, you can actually use it to kind of train yourself more, which is actually a big gripe I have with Smash Ultimate, is they didn't have any, like, Smash Ultimate only had a party mode, and they removed like just about anything of you know, uniqueness. It was all just kind of the same mode. It's just one was online and it was horrible, and then party mode, which is actually good. So then credits a classic one from Smash Bros. Yeah, it's like that, but you know, it's not just after the end of arcade mode. Like, this is break the targets mode. Like, you do different platforming, which can be helpful. Learning how to platform with your character. This is just beating the crap out of a balloon and grabbing gems from it. I mean, that's not much of as much of a skill. This is one that actually I'm gonna play here. This is one that I think a lot of people should do a little bit more of, to understand positional awareness, because people may sometimes be playing this game and yeah, let's do this guy. I feel like a lot of people have a hard time tracking everything going on, and like, there's a lot of stuff that goes on with the projectiles in this game, but I feel like sometimes people are running into them way more than they have to. Instead of just being like, okay, I need to get used to these projectiles, they're like, you need to nerf Tom and Jerry, which is not the way I want this game going. To be clear, this is why I'm doing this video. I don't want that to be a large sentiment from it. And I also feel like those people might be the first to post on Twitter, so I figure I'm late to the party anyways. But you have to watch all three of these things, and you have to pay attention to where they go, while paying attention to multiple things at once, making sure to try to prioritize the ones that you know you need to focus on and the ones you don't. And that's a very handy skill in this game. And like, okay, they're all three are over there, so it's so yeah, they just kind of swap, but it's still a handy skill to have. So this isn't like a terrible thing to practice a little bit of. Yeah, and unlike Smash Ultimate, most of the things on screen you should be trying to pay attention to a little bit. Unlike the fart clouds and the zoom in screens, I really don't like a lot of special effects Smash Ultimate. Not only does it make it slower as a whole, it's just abysmal for me to look at. So I've said that a lot, but like it bears repeating, you know. Jump rope, learning how to do short hop, timing your jumps. Short hops are kind of handy to get used to. You can also use fast falling here to get up to the higher numbers easier. That's a good skill to kind of get used to. So again, not a useless thing to try doing. So that's the reason I figured I'd share this. My music got loud, huh? I mean, quiet. You son of a phony music. How dare you not be loud? Is that better? It still sounds like suck. That seems a little better. Let me know if it's too loud, guys. Hopefully I got all the peaking taken care of. I think I'm done with any more testing I'm doing with my audio stuff as far as having my voice peak out a lot, so there's no less time with my Overwatch stuff, a lot of my stuff. So yeah, that's why I like a lot of the mini games in here. It brings back stuff that Smash Ultimate just didn't have anymore. It gives you something different to do than just wailing on somebody 1v1. It's a nice change of pace, so I really like that these are in here. They had quirky dialogue, that's fun too. Bosses that are horrible, it's still kind of fun. But the bigger issue is, actually I gotta go back, is it started taking a little bit path in Season 2 that I didn't like as much, particularly kind of being forced to play Jack only. Like, the nice thing about Risk was being able to take different characters and do the missions with them, but now you're kind of stuck with one character, and I kind of get that they want to kind of give you reason to play Jack a bit, so I kind of get that. If anything, what I feel like they should do, instead of forcing you to play Jack, is let Jack be an optional guest. Like, you don't have to play, like, you can play Jack if you haven't already unlocked him, so then you can kind of get used to that character in this game mode. I think that would be a better way to do it than forcing people to play certain characters. I'm not as much a fan of that aspect when they start forcing you to play one character. I would like to branch away from that more. So that's kind of where these rifts were kind of like meh to me. I do like they kind of brought these back, though, so you could use those gems again and not just feel like they're chump change. And I did, you know, it's another. We definitely need Mario Kart more. There's also Golf, Wii Golf, but where's Mario Kart? Ah, yeah, Mario Kart. So they have Mario Kart in here. This definitely needs to be a mutation where I play with friends. I think one of the funniest moments I had with this mode was I was driving around and Harley and I were like struggling, and I went to do a turnaround as we're doing like a drop off, and I turned around so fast and shot that I shot Harley. So I was like, "That's what you get, Harley." I accidentally did it though, so I felt bad. And that was at the beginning of the match, and I was like, "Man, I'm struggling so much." I just lapped Harley, and then I shot her again with a rocket. So it's like. It's like, for Harley, I thought I was doing bad. No, I was destroying everyone, but specifically Harley. So I can see that being good, dumb fun. They need to fix some of the collision with some of this mode, though. Like, sometimes I'll drop a bomb and it just blows up on me, which is, it doesn't hurt me, it just blows up on me, it does nothing. So it's a little weird. That's like, there's actually quite a few of these I should try to point out. I think they fixed a good chunk of them. I know there were issues before. Oh, what was it, like in Age of Smith? Yeah, this was a problem because this said ring out an enemy at the bottom of the blast zone, and on this variant of the court there is no bottom blast zone, so you couldn't finish that mission. They changed it finally. There were things like that. There's like weird balancing things where like complete the course with 5 or more balls left, which feels like they needs to be scaled back a little bit because I keep doing that wrong. Uh-oh. Hopefully that's fine. I just heard something disconnect and reconnect. Is it my... This needs to be dim, man. What you doing? It's my, droid phone. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the golf thing. So let's go Ghost with the Toast. Do they have golf here? Yeah, they have golf here. So then by this season, 5 ribbon balls left. Okay. Is there golf here? Yeah, there's golf here. 5 ribbon balls left. Okay. And then if we go season. And now is there golf here? I know there's golf around here, jerk. Can't hide forever. Where is that? So this is the 5 or more balls left. Is it this one? 5 or more balls? There's supposed to be... Wait, no. I remember what it is here. Let me just pick this character. You get like 5 balls on the previous course. And you have to... So that means you can't miss a hole in order to complete the course. Right? So that's like kind of problem. You need to have 5 or more balls left. So like if you miss one shot, you have to restart the course. Okay. And then you go here and you have 10 balls. So you can miss 5 here. And it's a weird scaling thing that is like inconsistent. Not a big fan of that. But also I'm a god gamer, so it doesn't even frick. Yeah, I forget how to do this one every time. It's a good thing to give me extra balls. God Gamer. God Gaming Incorporated. Frick. Yeah. That was a grunt. Heck yeah. Easiest game. And so we're just gonna loosey-goosey it. Frick. Frick. No frick. Anyways, it's like really easy to do it if you have 5 extra balls, you know? First tried. So yeah, anyways, yeah, so the scaling of some of these modes, the difficulty, like take less than 100 damage on Looney on the first rift against Superman and Wonder Woman is ridiculous. It's insulting even, but then like later ones, like it's like 200 on characters who don't blast you nearly as hard. It's like some of the balancing is a little weird. Is there anything else to mention about things that... Oh yeah, the golden drumstick. I hate that. Everyone hates that. Everyone hated that, is what the Fallout tagline is. Whenever we mention golden drumstick and Fallout New Vegas, it's always like everyone hated that. I don't know if that's true. There's this... Oh yeah, also I want to see if this... I know what else to look for that I don't know if it's fixed. I remember this because I was on the stream. I haven't even finished all these. This was toxic. Win with the character is heroic. Ah, I see. Why are you forced to be Brunhilde? I picked Bugs because he's busted. Okay, but yeah, it's this used to be win with a class node name, so there's been a lot of stuff like that, but I feel like they've patched a little bit of that out now. I still don't like some of the balancing of some of these things. I would like less of the single character rift areas like this one. These two do the same thing. Also, these ones, you're kind of limited more on the characters, but I don't mind that as much because you at least get 3. So if you're going to do like single characters, at least give me a couple characters. You know, I don't want to... Don't just hamstring me and handhold me. Whatever. Don't just tell me to be Agent Smith, even though he's super good at shooting Batman in the face, you know? I think that's about all I want to mention about the rifts for now, too. I forgot to get to this page earlier on the front page. But yeah, I still like rifts as a whole. It's just, oh, one more thing to mention with the rifts now, and I think this is going to be something to be expected as they're going to focus on more things that more people are, you know, complaining about at the very least. There's like no dialogue in this portion of the rift, which I don't mind that too much. They did it at least. They did the dialogue at least with this one. Like they have the dialogue when they beat up, what is it, Black Adam here. After you finish the match, they're like they're saying like after we helped him take a nap because they punched him unconscious. Or it was this striped guy over here. Point is, I still like the dialogue. It is still nice. It adds some charm. It gives a little more something in there. You don't necessarily need it. Obviously, voice acting would be better, but that'd be insane to even ask for. So yeah, I still like the dialogue a little bit. It adds a little bit of charm, especially if I'm going to be forced into, you know, playing Powerpuff Girls. Give you a little bit of charm there. So I still want to have that somewhat, even if, like, say, this rift doesn't even have any of that. Which I think is fine if you're not adding a new character. There's no point adding a bunch of that dialogue. And a lot of that could play off it more, too, because you have 3 new characters. So yeah, still want the dialogue, at least a little bit. You know, when they have a new character with the event coming up, that'll be also interesting too. I have no idea who she even really is, but I'm sure I'll give her a shot. I'll give her a good whirl. We'll see how much I enjoy her. Maybe she'll be like Spear Lady from who was the... She had like, oh, there's like a water lady who had like the spear and Brawlhalla. I should try that game again soon. Like, what my biggest issue with Brawlhalla is just too much of a noob at that point. I wanted to be too casual. I'll admit it. I didn't want to have to sweat anymore, guys. Pearl, maybe. Yeah, that's it. It's Mr. Krabs' daughter. Anyways, I think I mentioned about as much as I can about rifts. I still like them. I still like seeing them come out. I like what they add to the game. I like being able to go missions and, you know, pick a Looney Tunes character to play for a little bit. You know, somebody different. I do really like that about the missions in general. I like that about, yeah, I mean, which I guess, yeah, is kind of related to a lot of stuff I'm getting to be talking about here too, with like the Battle Pass. Stuff I was already talking about, the Battle Pass. I like the Infinite tier. You can also get a Battle Pass pretty easily by just collecting Gleamium from events and stuff. And then you can just use that to buy the Premium Battle Pass. So I have been doing that. I'm doing that for the first time in Overwatch 2. So it's pretty good over here. Yeah, that's right. I played Overwatch 2 and got 1,000 free coins. God damn. This also looks like a 6th skin. which I might have to give a whirl. But I also have the pink skin for her, so I'm kind of set. I might use this announcer pack. I could totally see myself using this announcer pack. I'm not much of a rowdy rough boy though. And then I like the infinite tier pack. You can get a lot of stuff from there. I wish I got more perks though. More perk stuff. Really want to get that. These event things are kind of nice too. Yeah, heck yeah. Here we are. Yep, Stripes my 1v1 and Gizmo's my 2v2. So, I do like these things that you can get to from the rifts too. So I still like that. I like the daily logins too, especially when you don't have to like log in every day. Exactly. That was something they did in the first test period, and my girlfriend missed 1 day of logging in, and it bit her. It bit her pretty hard, and I was just like, oh. And so but the devs came back and kind of corrected it quickly. So as much as like I want to rip on the devs where their focuses are about things, I'm like, why is this and that? I feel like they are listening to most people. I don't want to say that like super confidently, just because I haven't been keeping up on the Discord as much as I might have done in the beta. I try to keep up on the Twitter a little bit though too, and not Reddit, mostly Discord, mostly Twitter once in a while, YouTube, stuff like that. Although a lot of times, a lot of the comments aren't really helpful. So if there's a reason why they're not listening to literally every person, it's because most people will say things like nerf Finn and that's it. So it's like, okay, but something specific? Like I could tell you Finn from the first game, Finn from the beta, his dare was just this huge wall of oppression. Like it was above him, to the sides of him, below him. It hit so good. Such a good move. There's a reason he was dangerous. One reason he was dangerous in 1v1s. Like that would have been like, maybe make it hit less above him, less to the side. It's still really good. But like, man, that move covers. So that's more like constructive feedback you could offer. Like, hey, maybe like try to slim down the size of his down air. Where I see like so many people who would just say like, nerf Finn, nerf Tom and Jerry because they take 2 minutes to learn instead of 1 minute. Just stuff like that. That's not really helpful at all. And then when they do certain patches, everyone screams like, you're not even listening. Like half the people didn't even say anything, so it didn't help. Like that's one reason you don't want to just knee-jerk react and after losing to Tom and Jerry, post about it on the Discord, because then you're gonna drown out constructive feedback and not just take it more to think, do I actually want Tom and Jerry nerf? And there could be a thing there, like his up air and how you would juggle people, especially in a 2v2, because it just lingers there, and then you can kind of combo into that. That's pretty good. That's like really good. Maybe we don't want the ability to crowd control Tom and Jerry. That's like constructive feedback there, and it looks like something that they took into consideration. Like they're trying to stop that from just being an all-around juggle scenario, an all-around combo tool, and like an infinite-ish kind of thing. I don't know if it was that bad, but it does seem like they are taking a lot of things into consideration when they make a lot of changes that aren't just casual or competitive or whatever else. So I'll fit that in there. And talking more about the mission things, you can do the rifts. I like seeing these things here. I like that they changed it to deal damage as well, because people quite often will go into free-for-alls and just stand still anyways. So here's the thing I'll say about that too. If you're really not interested in dealing damage in free-for-alls, like, it's nice to have toast, so I can kind of get the incentive to do that, but you don't necessarily have to, like, well, I guess people are probably just going in there too, and they're like they're getting matched up, and they're like, yeah, I'll play like half of this in a second. So I could also see that too. I do like to change it to damage. It's also not a huge deal if people aren't playing in a free-for-all. Like, it's just a free-for-all, It sucks a little more, and I'll be less likely to rematch, obviously, but yeah, I'm glad they did change the deal damage, at least so people have to participate a little bit, and also you can't just load up and then let someone like me just die in a 2v2, because that happened a bit on my top dog challenge stuff, which I don't know if people were like matching up at the same time. Like, why was that so common? Like, people would match up at the same time or something, so that the solo people running 2v2s would just get a nobody, and then you'd lose your top dog challenge stuff. It felt a little one-sided. It felt like it happened way too much, so that I feel like that might have been a thing. I could be wrong, but it's also a reason why, as much as I want to test, like, I think it's called a Smurf account, as much as I might want to be able to do that, to try to test like how well you can level up a level 0 character account, which I might still do. Hopefully I won't get banned for cheating. Don't tell Tony. I kind of want to do just as a test, like what if you just do the dailies every day with them, you know, as a solo player? Like how far can you get? How long would it take you? And I would just take them and I'd do just little missions every day. Every day, how long would it take to unlock your characters? Especially now that the game's already been out for a bit, you're playing a lot of catch up, so no Shark Week stuff. Ooh, that's actually one thing to mention though, because this is a thing with multiverses and it does a lot of stuff for me as a returning player, as a player who keeps playing. It can be really tough if you're not going to like cycle through like Shark Week stuff, like Matrix stuff. You're going to have to pay actual Gleamium. I think something that might be nice for that is maybe in the Prestige store, you could put Matrix skins, Shark Week, Droid skins in the Prestige store here. Like the only ones I've really been super interested in were like this Harley one and maybe this Joker for missions, which is again another reason why it's like, hey look, they got a whole skin here, a whole animator voice lines, like voice actor, like god, he's such a creepy looking dude. So like that's why it's like it's hard to say like don't ask for any money in this game. I do get wanting to put your foot down like for some unshady practices, but I don't know what that would be right now, just considering the economy of all business in general right now, but also the video games, you know? It's like I was saying at the beginning earlier, I don't want to get too political with it, but I feel like we got a lot of things to address in a global, or at least national climate before we're gonna fix everything here. So like yeah, it's still important to call it out, but it comes a point where we can't expect everything for free, guys. Like we got sometimes you gotta put in to get some back, you know. And unfortunately this game, it's gotta get something in to put something out, you know. I'm just saying. But yeah, again too, I don't know what the I also don't know how apparent the revenue profits and all that are too, so again I can't say a whole lot on that. But as I was saying, Shark Week, Matrix, give me the generic stuff here, you know, so I can buy it with maybe some my extra prestige. You know, maybe it costs like as much as Righteous Anger, maybe a little more than that. You know, more than a banner, obviously. But probably don't want it to cost as much as, but like, you know, 20,000 prestige, something like that. Because these are obviously like kind of whole setup. They have their whole stances and stuff set up. They're not just like putting a shark on somebody. Because I would definitely buy quite a few of those for some missions. I think it'd be nice to have more options for that aren't just Gleamium. But that is me asking for something for free while I'm just talking about that too. So that's why it's hard for me to even know what the good price on that. Anyways, I've talked enough circles about the missions. I've talked enough circles about the money, the revenue, the this, the that. I don't know if there's much else to add at this point. I don't have much I can say about ranked. I do want to try to play it more. I just summertime, getting hot, and just want to make sure taking care of health issues at the moment too, so I don't overdo it with ranked as much as I really want to. You know, I gotta be careful, man. Sometimes it's still easier than 2v2s online. But yeah, I like the 2v2s in this game. I even like the free-for-alls. I want to see more dumb stuff from it. I like the dumb stuff, the free-for-alls, the 2v2, the mutators, the mini-games. I'm a filthy casual, you know. I'm a filthy casual at heart. I still like trying to get good at games, though. So, hey, this filthy casual got me low. Top 400. Alright. Yeah. I don't know if that's good, though. There's like probably like 500 gizmos in the world that are playing right now. So... So I had a hard time getting these two trying up on their 2v2. I guess they're probably easier, more people playing them. No, but I didn't see any gizmos, that's for dang sure. I never see a gizmo, man. I mean, he dies pretty early. It's probably not that easy overall, being so late and stuff, but easy to pick up, harder to master. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else to add. I don't know. I think I've given myself enough. I think maybe now we might actually play the game a little bit. So I'm gonna get up and do a stretch break, potty break. Yeah. I think I'm gonna change my advanced audio properties a little bit here. Can I do that midstream with some of the stuff? I'm gonna try it. No, I can't. But dang. That's fine. You know what, I'm gonna change some of my advanced audio properties quick though. I'm gonna leave the game audio off. Just as a kind of a test, I guess. I don't know. Oh yeah, media request should not be saving. Oh no. Oh no, that not. Oh, that's gonna cause some. Well, hopefully I don't need that audio. Oh no. Oh no. Separate that audio for a reason. Hopefully it's fine. I had media request and desktop audio both outputting to the same audio channel. I didn't realize it. That could cause some weird reverb issues in the post edit. And I did want to try to post this on YouTube, at least in a bridge version. But still, like, I've been talking. I have so many drop frames. I don't even know when that happened, man. My internet's been weird lately. Kiddo has probably downloaded something too. They got home, so stuff like that. Which reminds me, I do want to turn down my output bitrate a little bit. For those reasons in particular. You know what? And we'll reduce to medium. Yeah. Can my CPU handle it? Seems like it's doing alright. Lower down the bitrate, increase the CPU overhead. That's audio properties. I want to put game output to there. I will put game output itself. Yeah. Yeah. So you guys won't be hearing the game audio at all. This is just if I try to stream this game more, which at some point I do, I would like to do ranked with just random people even. So I want to try to get used to playing this game more with others. I'm just horrible at setting up stuff with people, so just do it randomly for now. Anyways, I should get on my potty break. I'm gonna do some missions here. Alright, I'll be right back. Stop rambling in circles and actually do some gaming now. We'll be right back.
I can make that edgier.
I can still make that edgier. Who is gonna save you now?
I need to hit this button too, apparently. Was I not mute earlier? I might not have been mute. Either way, I'm back. Alright. Alright, make sure I'm not, yeah. Anyways, yeah, hopefully I was, kind of clear enough about what I was talking about. Hopefully I wasn't, like, talking too much in circles, because I know I was repeating on a few things at different times, trying to do it in a few different ways, but hopefully it all makes sense. Oh yeah, and if you like what you saw, hit the like, subscribe, and share. Follow my x.com. Add me to TikTok. Okay. Deal damage with a tank? Deal damage in rifts? We'll do tank then. Yeah, we will do tank. Ah, heck yeah. Let's heckin' go. Oh yeah, do 200 attack damage. It's so hard to do in this. So hard to do in this map. We'll try it. You know what? What is the thing? What are the ones I need here? Friend, villainous friend. Oh, and friend. Okay, those are the ones I'm missing there. We're doing them on crushing to make me feel like a real gamer, actually. Otherwise, I'd feel like a fake gamer, you know? Explosions. Oh yeah, bubbles. We need bubbles because she reflects projectiles and she's the loudest. And we need a tank. Let's go, Mr. Giant. It's me, Mr. Giant. Oh no, I'm falling. Oh no. Oh, I gotta check if something's still a thing here. Okay. Maybe it's with Jack. I gotta test with Jack. Because for Jack, I could spam dash attack by holding forward and just hitting this button. Let's try the crap out of that car. That's unusually small. Something seems amiss. I deal 200 attack damage with Iron Giant. I hope my ally suffers. Like normal. Cannonball! Protect friends. I gotta pick up my grub. Ah, it's down special does that. Grub. Yum, yum. Oh man, I need me some Progresso. Ow, my bones. Oops, I fell on him. Oops, I fell on him again. Down special.
Not that one. Side special. The other one. Can you get caught in that, please? Oops, I fell on him. Well, I hit the ball. I couldn't even throw it. He's the perfect height to get a 3-pointer. How much damage did I do? 150. We were getting up there, man. We were getting up there. If it wasn't for that goddamn Wonder Woman, I would have gotten away with it. I was playing Soldiers 76 yesterday, do my dailies quick on Overwatch 2. It was a Mystery Heroes, and I was just... For some reason, I was hitting so many shots. People were dying. I was talking like an old man. I got confused and just absolutely punished right after. And I was just like, yeah, I was too old to know what I was doing. Man, it's the sickest of moves with the least of awareness. That's definitely going to be something that's going to take me while in Overwatch. What the heck are you guys doing? Sandwich. Hey. Cannonball. I'm halfway morphed. I'm kind of sick looking. Man, I'm kind of freaking sick. Heck yeah! I didn't get my... Oh, good one, me. Why is he such a memer? I know where I need to go. This is the best for getting, various ring out stuff, though. The best option for getting various ring out missions. I think I'll do it here, actually. Gotta do Iron Giant. So the... Oh, no! Oh, well, it's gonna get worse. I think we're gonna survive. I forgot to put on gyms. Okay, I gotta exit out. This is a good one for it because it's a bunch of weak enemies, so you can oftentimes be higher damage to them before you ring them out. So this is a good for like just general ring outs, but also at higher damage ring outs. I don't want to do that with crushing without my gems. I've done that mistake before with Dragon where I don't put him on, and I'm just on the struggle bus. That bus, we just struggling. Yeah, we do Toasty though. He's good crowd control probably. Alright, Mr. Giant Man. Falling over now. Ow. Die, little mousey. Cannonball. You guys need to hurt me a little more. Guys better, I'll get Jerry. Oh, I got somebody. Oh man, you guys better hurt me. Come on. Ah, that's a good frying pan. That's my favorite frying pan. Yes, may I have another? Heck me! I don't even know if I need that ring out anymore, actually. Heck me! Man, I don't move much, do I? You killed Jerry, you monster! Okay, come on. Come on. Well, that's not close enough. Oh, I'm not doing it right. Man. I did it wrong. Hey, I leveled up my tank. I don't really want to bring him to the free-for-alls. Oh, where do I get to do that here? There. Whatever here. Ooh, something I should do. I should probably switch my standing setup for now, too. At least for a little bit. I'm back. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna do those tank missions. How do I want to do this? I think what I want to do is pick him. Maybe I'll remove that one. Yeah, remove Toasty. It's a lot easier before, but maybe I'm doing something weird. My game audio is very loud in comparison to the music. You guys probably can't hear squat. Heck yeah. Right, brother. I'm gonna kill the Mousy. I'm gonna kill that Mousy. That's not a Mousy. That's one dead Mousy. Hey there, little guy. Ow! Dang. Hi. No, please stop. I'm leaving now. Where you little guys? Okay, I'm going back over here now. Dang, so many mice to squash. Now they're getting cocky, huh? Now they need to do more damage to me still. Hack me! Freaking hack me! Hack me! I think that's one. I think that's two. I think we did it. Did we do it? We did it, Reddit. Heck yeah. We gotta get 3 more. Rick. Oh, I hate it. You know what? Are you gonna do? I'm gonna do Toasty and no defense. Is this a good idea? Who knows? Girded ball. Okay, did a lot of damage. It's doing decent damage. Let me walk over here to that. I'm gonna hit a little bit more. Let me try to squash the mice. Ouch. Okay, now they're just being mean. You guys are being mean. Alright. We're going bowling. Squashed. Protect friends. Superman. Oh, we're doing it. Nice. We got there. What else am I looking at here quick? What am I doing now? Missions, yeah. Alright, we gotta do Assassin, that's right. Assassin and PvP up specials. Right on. Oh, we got some assassins here to use. Change fighter. Feels like it would be loudest though. I might just turn down my game volume at that point, because holy heckin'. Holy heckin'. Okay, who am I picking again? Assassin. It's up special. Yeah, she's good at doing damage in free throw, probably. I'm gonna pick him. What's his up special? The bug. Heck yeah. Ooh, I can try out. Ah, it doesn't sound good enough for me. We're gonna do this one. Yeah, let's do it. Lock-in fighter. I don't know what to do with his perks yet either. Bro, I forgot. What is moves again, man? It's been forever. Hey! Desperoni. Danny Wiz. Who are these people? Why do they all have D names? Are you all in a party? Like, what is happening? Am I about to get bullied? You would have 14,000 damage, don't... Wait. It's weird. I think Gizmo's 200 some thousand. This dude's had a few cookies. Right on. I've had some candy hearts myself. Hey guys, might put this here.
You couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboards.
Oh, whoa, that hit him?
With nothing but a sign.
What?
And I'll be sitting reading in between your lines. Because I miss you all the time.
Get away! Ah!
Get away.
Squat!
Another way to feel that you didn't want yourself to know and let yourself go. You knew you didn't lose your self-control.
Oof.
Let's start at the rainbow. Turn away. Another way to be where you didn't want yourself to go and let yourself go. Is that a compromise? So what do you want to do? What's your point of view? There's a
Oh, my bones.
No, don't steal my kill! Bug. No, bug! I'm dead. Oh man, I'm bugging out. Ah! Shove my head up his butt. Ouch! I didn't. I wasn't even trying there. Oh, shoving my head up his butt again. Bug. I know what happens to beat up now. I gotta bully this guy.
Get away, another way to feel that you didn't want yourself to know and let yourself go. You know you didn't lose your self-control. Let's start at the
He got rage right at that second, and I didn't realize it. GG's, man. And I was already committed to a dumb play. Brother.
So what do you want to do? What's your point?
I'll toast to that. The D team. Triple D's. Ah, man, I'm tired. Ah, we still gotta do our air down to Texas and assassin. Well, I wanna do some 1v1 ranked. Not really. We want to do some 2v2 ranked. Maybe later. I think I'm actually gonna do switch up now a little bit to. If anything, I might do some. Well, I do want to do ranked. What other missions we got? Down your attacks as an assassin. Bring out enemy at the left side of the blast zone. Non-human adventure time. Still gotta do. How many days? 3 days. Still want to finish those soon. Hit up air tanks as a tank. Yeah, it's been. Iron Giant is hard to do that with. And most of them playing him because I got the outfit. Guess I could play Superman. You know what? Let's bring this guy. Do I really want protected momentum? Not that much. Maybe. Pair it with angry bugs though. In this? Yeah. Lock in that fighter. Oh yeah. I'll do some normal 2v2. I don't know if it'll be better or worse than regular 2v2. Let's see what Kelsey Goza is playing. Huh. I want to do this stuff. Check this stuff out. Alright. Unbeatable Manu. I hope you live up to that name, buddy. Playing Dead by Daylight. I don't play that game. Played it once. A few times. Hard to get into. A lot of stuff you gotta memorize, and it's hard to even start IMO. My hair, your butt. That's what you get when you mess with Beetlejuice. Oh god, those eyes don't hit that well. Oof. Died. Bug. Graphics slow down the machine there. Hey, we're doing it here. Whoops, I forgot to toast my buddy. A indeed. Sorry about that, buddy. You should have toasted ya. Alright, hit up specials. Now, gonna do it. Random 2v2 ranked. With this guy, I guess. Seems like a bad idea. I don't know what I'm doing. Heckin' yeah. Big heckin'. No one else solo queuing 2v2? Wow. Page unresponsive, that can't be good. Hope I don't need that. Ooh, Yokamam. Oh yeah, Giga Chat remix is what we need. Bum, 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 bum. I wonder what the quality is like in this resolution. 'Cause I'm at 40 some 4,500 kilobits per second. 4,500 kilobits. 4.5 megabits. I think it's megabits, not megabytes. Eat a cockroach. Dang, he got me. He's faster than me too. He turned it around. I'm being bad. I'm being bad as frick. Gotta remember what moves do, man, huh? What do moves do anymore, huh? Oh, I know what I could do there next time, actually. I could do this. Oof, I got pummeled in the face with a bullet. Yeah, I should probably be playing like Shaggy or Joker, TBH. Or Bugs. I'm picking the wrong man. I don't know what this guy does. Is just instill you with determination, Stody Luffy? Why the frick did you get a Luffy hat? Where did you get a Luffy hat? That don't make no sense. Is your whole identity built around this one variant that you just got? That seems weird. But also well played. Stody, I'm logging in slow, don't stop. There we go, I'm starting to schmoo. I deserve that. Ouch. Oh, he got the Batman. Look at this guy go. Yeah, Bugs was doing some damage, and I was capitalizing. I know how to dot them eyes. No, wait, eyes aren't capitalized when they have a dot. Yeah, it's probably something like that. You know, I think I might want to use a super bug. The heck is happening with my page here, man? My page is freaking out, man. Frick. Did I drop more frames recently, I wonder? Well, it looks okay for now. I don't know how much. Seems like my memory is still fine, so I know that's not the... It might have been the contributing factor to why my system is unstable now, but at least my memory is good now. But yeah, I think I ran it too long without testing the memory. Like, I knew I should have done it, and I was like, nah, it can't be it. I'm gonna be lazy, pretend it's not there. And pretend it don't exist, even though I notice it a lot. Yeah, bummer. Oops, I didn't do that right. Ouch. Ow! What am I doing? Being bad is what? Oof. That's unfortunate. Oh, he's getting killed there. Ooh. Good job, Stody. I was kind of throwing a little at the end there. You managed to clutch it out. That goddamn Stody. Oh, it's too much on my heart, guys. Definitely can't do more than that. Oh, hey, I missed that chat there. Feather Fred, second, third of bird feathers, 4 or more on feathers. Fifth of lift, hour of hydrate, holds the buffer up, triple core, go there to remember more. That's a great idea. F them up like a duck. Okay, hero requested, man bat. Good. You know what? We gotta do it. Are there any missions we could do with up specials? Oh yeah, we're hitting those. Well, if there's a non-human I don't think I got I think I only got 2 variants of Batman. Vanilla and pink. So we'll just put pink Batman. Yeah, the best Batman. Let's warm him up in some normal 2v2. I have not played Batman much on this build. So hopefully not do too bad. And drop frames. No more drop frames right now. They were holding steady. Holding strong. Hello, it is I, Man-Bat. Defender of the Stody Luffy. Interesting. If true. What am I picking, man? I'm picking that one. Yes, do it. Me and TMT Adam know what's good. Alright, first time playing Batman in a while. Let's see if they notice. I'm hoping they're all new too. That guy looks like he's probably not used to a Samurai Jack. I'm hoping. I don't want to let him down. Rico rocks. I killed the cat. Wow. Well, I know what we have to do with this guy. You know, turnabout's fair play. Oopsie. I know how to play this guy, I swear. Oh my god, I know how to hit this move. Ah, it's so big. Oof, I didn't quite plan. And that foot does not have a big hitbox, which is fine. I don't think I'd want that move too, Ouch. Why am I doing that move so much, man? Ow. We won! Because lasers! That Bugs is actually ready to kill me, man. Pretty much been running the same cosmetics since Alpha, same avatar since Banner. Yo, look at these, look at this damage team here. Oh yeah, we're the kings. Kings of this neighborhood, TMT, Tony, Adam. Everyone is Tony now. Everyone worth theirs. Sound like my audio is having some issues. I hope that sounds great for you guys. And not poor. I'm gonna gotta do a little more. I want to at least try to get a set done with Bat, so at least do, you know, one more match. At least two, you know, at least 2 more matches. We gotta try to at least pretend we're finishing a set, you know. Gotta finish it off with Man-Bat. I'm gonna probably do some Marvel Snap Everyone's favorite. The perks suck. Oh wait, no, it still sucks. Perks suck! Level 7878. It's a, I swear, I keep getting like the same people in a group who are just queuing together, and they're like, yeah, well, you'll just queue at the same time we'll queue, and you'll get some random idiot, and we'll all just beat each other up. Why is that Batman all pink? Yeah, don't worry about it, he's your partner. Does he have troll tactics on? Yeah, don't worry about it, you're probably fine. Bat, a rain. Woo! Ah, he's angry! I think I just bullied Superman. That is such a good approach option. That should be that good. Why do they give Batman these options? This is stupid. Oh. Oh, that guy got my ball. Battering. It shouldn't be this effective. Oh no, he's smarter than me. Oh god! Nice catch. Nice catch. I deserve that. Ouch. Yeah, that tilt is so... That tilt is way too strong. That dash attack's still way too strong. I'll toast him. I feel a little bad. Batman's too powerful. He has a freaking breakout around his dash attack. Who did that? Who did that? Who did that to Batman, huh? I want answers. Alright, I need Tony, I demand answers. Who put dash attack all the way breaks armor? It's already like apparently just a good approach option. It's a great move to even add that perk onto it. Like, who did that, Tony? I need answers, Tony, okay? You owe me that. Tony, you owe me answers after everything we've been through, okay? Tony. Half the appeal of Player First Games co-founder Tony, half the appeal of Tony Hung's name is the fact that his name is Tony. So whenever I'm just saying Tony, do something, it's just straight to the point. Like, there's so much, you don't know who Tony is, and if you do, I guess you get it. But like, it just sounds like I'm talking to a mob boss, you know? Tony. After everything we've been through, Tony. After everything we've been through, Tony. Tony. I was there at the beta, Tony. Tony, I was there. I was there at the beta. I played Superman before his lasers had cooldown. Before they added hit stun to his eyes. I was there, Tony. Tony, I'm making an offer you can't refuse. Give Gizmo a crowd where he slides his butt on the ground. I should probably pay attention to the game a little bit. Oh, that input didn't go right. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. I'm taunting again. I'm a taunty boy! Oof. Oh, he's gonna blow up at least. Got him. Oh, I screwed up. I was just doing dash attacks the whole time. Dash attacks and side, or not, side attacks and other dumb stuff. Took me a big get used to that fight too. Didn't help us. Yeah, sorry about that one, Cheese Lord. It's too thinking about the offer I could make to Tony. Alright, I think that's good as man bat. Let's do something a little more chill than Multiverses, especially because I went like 4 hours just talking about it.